Hey guys, I am Joshua Kemble, and this is my live stream 219, which is crazy. I've done that many. We're approaching a point where you could probably watch a live stream every day and not run out of time throughout the year. That'll be interesting when we get to like 365 or whatever. But 219 is a pretty good chunk. So anyhow, today I'm going to be working on comics like I've been doing all day. I've done 2 streams already today, but it's a working Saturday, and so I'm going to try to get some work done. I'm working on Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which is a historical graphic novel that I am illustrating for Turner Publishing. That's written by Lavender Vroman. And I am working on the shading for page 28 or 68. 28. If I was only 28 pages into it this far, I'd be in real trouble. So page 68, I'm working on that, and we'll kind of see where that goes. And then I think once I've shaded a panel, I'm going to play another game of Risk. So that's the plan for the stream today. I hope you guys are out there having a good creative day. Also, before I get into stuff, I should mention that I've been a graphic designer and illustrator for about 20 years. Been a art director for about 7. And when I'm not art directing or illustrating or doing graphic design, I am working on graphic novels like 2 Stories in Jacob's Apartment, which are my 2 graphic novels that are currently out that you can buy and read. And I encourage you guys to seek those out from bookstores anywhere. And if you pick them up and you enjoy them, please leave a review wherever you purchase them, online or at bookstores. Okay, I'll be playing trailers for those throughout the stream. But before getting into anything beyond that, we're just going to go to my stream. And we're just going to, at this point, I want to shade panel 3 in order to get to the point where I'm allowing myself to play a game of Risk. I want to basically finish toning that page, that panel. So I toned panel 2 off stream while my son was having his bath, and then before his book time, and then we read some books. He's in bed and ready to go to sleep, and so at this point, I have a little bit more work time left in me, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of that and rock panel 3. And again, if you guys are out there working on your projects, that's awesome. It is also kind of late on a Saturday, so who knows who will stop by in the watching. I'm sure there's other streams and stuff going on as well, but this should be a fun one. So what I'm trying to do is tone this page. I think I've talked about this page before, but I'll kind of recap it again. So Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning are at this point married. That marriage kind of cost Elizabeth quite a lot. I just noticed that there's some sloppiness with the lines here that I need to clean up. So it was kind of a doomed relationship in the sense of, well, it wasn't doomed. It was just kind of like a forbidden relationship that Elizabeth and Robert had. Her father was kind of overbearing and didn't like the idea of her marrying kind of down from her station, because Elizabeth was from a family that was slightly wealthy, not fully wealthy, but definitely, I guess pretty wealthy, honestly. And Robert was kind of considered this sort of outcast guy. He's much younger than Elizabeth, but they kind of fell in love by writing letters to each other, and they had this really interesting relationship that's recapped kind of at the beginning of this story. But anyhow, they also have a house. Like once they eloped, they kind of went to this place called Casa Guidi, which is Robert and Elizabeth's kind of flat in Italy. And then Elizabeth has slowly started getting really interested in spiritualism. There's a local guy named Home, Daniel Douglas Home, who is a guy who runs like seances locally, and Elizabeth has gotten really intrigued with Daniel's performances, and they went to a table reading Elizabeth, is secretly driven kind of by the desire to be able to contact her brother, because her brother died in a very tragic accident at sea. And so this point is just kind of a silly filler part between beats of story where Robert is not a fan of Mr. Home. He's a skeptic. He thinks that Home is a charlatan who's ripping people off. Home is not a fan of Robert because Robert has called him out on multiple occasions. And both of them have had a few public kind of moments of like slightly dishonoring each other. Elizabeth is a fan of Home still and has met a young woman named Sophie Eckley, who is really fascinated with Elizabeth. And that's kind of where we're at in the story. And now we have this kind of side fun part after she's met Sophie Eckley at a party. And some fireworks have kind of gone on between Home and Robert. Now they're back at Casa Guidi, and Robert has brought home a skeleton. And Elizabeth is kind of chiding him a little bit for not working on his poetry and instead getting lost in like side projects like getting a skeleton that he can work on his sketches with. And Robert is now kind of kidding around, dancing around the house with around their living room with said skeleton, and their maid Wilson, who has been helping them out, actually assisted them in eloping and stuff too, has walked into the room bearing what looks like a pretty ridiculous bouquet of flowers and a package of some sort. But she's walked in on this dance that Robert is having, and has no idea that Robert is using this to use for like sketching or whatever conversation they've had. She's just kind of shocked that Robert is dancing around the living room with a skeleton. However, her reaction isn't like total shock because this is Robert Browning, and we're kind of hinting at the fact that this is kind of the type of silliness that Robert is up to quite often. So that's kind of where we're at in the story. We're kind of working on a reaction panel, and then in the foreground we're seeing Robert just lost in this extremely involved kind of ballroom dance he's doing with this skeleton. And we're seeing Wilson's reaction. So that's what I'm toning right now. I'm establishing that the light source is roughly, this isn't like full out like technical rendering, but I am imagining my light source is to the right of the room, to the right of Wilson. And that is going to be sort of the way I proceed with my shading. And honestly, today has been pretty cool. There's these days where you're kind of creatively on point and you have like little bursts of creative energy. And it's been one of those days for me where I feel like today working on my comic has not felt like a major labor. It's just been a lot of fun. And that's kind of, those are good days. Like there are days where you're like kind of pushing through when you're doing cartooning, where it can kind of feel like just pulling teeth to like get progress, but you kind of have to show up and get the work done. But today has been just, especially considering I'm still, I think I'm pretty much over the cold that I had yesterday, but I still feel like I'm recovering from a mild cold. And yet like today has just gone really swimmingly for creativity and inspiration and being able to kind of get work and progress done, which is really, really awesome. So right now we're kind of toning Wilson, the maid, and then I'll move on. Like what I like to do with this style that I've chosen to use for this book, one of the reasons I'm using this kind of more toned style. Usually I work in solid black and white and then do flat color and a little bit of rendering if I'm doing color. But this style I intentionally chose to kind of have as like a rendered illustration style that would almost feel reminiscent of like something Victorian, just to kind of fit the era. I'm also trying to kind of have these filigree lines that are on the borders, just again to kind of reinforce the era that this takes place in. And we'll kind of see how that moves forward. And right now, again, like um, I'm using the game of Risk as an incentive to kind of finish this second panel, or I should say third panel. But I set a little goal for myself. I'm like, I have to finish toning the second and third panel, and then once I'm there, I will allow myself to indulge in another game of Risk. But yesterday I played a game and I got pretty easily swept. Like, I think the first game I played very poorly, and then the second game I played very well, but then I lost my patience a little bit with one of the players. And so those two games kind of set my master status on my ranking like down somewhat significantly. So I'm kind of glad that today's game that I played earlier today was a little bit of a better performance. And so I played it much better. And so I'm retaining my master status or whatever in the FFA rankings on that game. So that's pretty cool. I'm also really excited about this book that I'm working on. This is going to end up being like a hardcover uh, graphic novel, and it'll be my first kind of published hardcover graphic novel. I've illustrated books that have been published as hardcovers before, but I've never had a hardcover graphic novel of my work. And so I think that'll be really exciting and also fit the whole kind of Victorian theme of the book. And I always try to kind of keep the end product in mind when I'm working on these things. Even if I didn't have a publisher for this, I think that's helpful to kind of visualize, like, what is this book going to look like on the shelves? Like, how am I going to print this? Like, what is this book going to look like next to other books? Because like at the end of the day, your end goal here is to make a book, right? And so like kind of keeping that vision, I think really helps. Anyhow, so we're going to go ahead and shade Robert's face here. Robert is definitely turned toward the light source that's on his on our right, on his left, I believe. And we're just going to kind of make a little bit of progress on this and see how it goes. So I didn't like how this hair was kind of almost like too bright. It was like almost too many strands kind of being highlit. So I needed to go over that with like a wash of gray. And then we'll kind of go into Robert's neck and his collar. The nice thing about this is it's a little bit closer up. It's way less characters and figures. So I don't think this is going to take as long as panel 1 took. Panel 2 went pretty quick, and I think this one will equally go pretty fast. Which is kind of awesome considering it's like 9 o'clock. Yeah, so we're just kind of toning this, thinking about stuff. We had a really fun morning. I feel like Gary Hodges had one of his most fun streams this morning on his channel, where he was like working on D versus M. There's a lot of shenanigans and silliness, and Corey was there as well. Speaking of the devil, it's like I say the word Gary and he shows up. How's it going, Gary? He said listening while drawing a bit. That's awesome. And I know, Gary, like, how many pages, I don't want to harp on it, but like how many pages do you have left to like till you're at least done with like the pre-production stuff. Because that's pretty. I don't know. From what I recall, I think you were saying it's like maybe like 3 pages left or something absurd like that, which is pretty awesome. If that's the case. So if you're drawing, I wonder if you're drawing. Are you drawing those last? Are you carving at those last pages? And if so, that's very exciting. I will tell you guys, I've gotten a sneak peek of Gary's script, and it's going to be a really good one. I mean, that should be no surprise for people who like D versus M. Yeah, he said, I will have 3 pages left once I finish the one I'm on. That's awesome. Congrats, Gary, on getting there. Gary's been working on that book for about as long as I've been working on this book. And so for him to get to the finish line is like really, I think, just kudos, like hats off to you. Hats off to you, sir. Tippy top to you, my good chap. And then Paul said, listening and drawing page 14. And I believe that Paul is working on another Detective Perez book, which I'm very excited about. I really love those books. I feel like I need to book Paul. I need to book you on Artcasters again for maybe, I don't know. We have Lori Calcaterra, who's going to talk about Path of the Pale Rider, like the next volume of that. I think we have her on next week on Thursday. I guess I should say this Thursday on Artcasters, but maybe I can book you for the next opening in Artcasters, Paul, so you can talk more about those books because they are good. And it'd be fun to kind of specifically talk about like Detective Perez series, what you were thinking, like how you crafted the story. Like maybe we could focus on the characters too, like because there's a lot of really interesting world building and character work, I think, in those stories. So I don't know. I'll try to kind of remember to book you, see if you'd be down to do an Artcasters for that. Let's see here. But that is really exciting that there's a new one coming, because that's such a fun series. I really enjoy it. Keep in mind, I'm a little biased. Like my wife and sister-in-law are literally, as I'm speaking, watching the BBC Panorama Sherlock Holmes, because we're all really big fans of like Jeremy Brett's performance as Sherlock Holmes. But there's also something really fun about like mysteries, like classic detective stories. And so I feel like you honor those stories quite a bit, Paul, in that too. And that would be fun to kind of, I know yours is not like in the Sherlock Holmes end, it's more like the hard-boiled detective, but it would be fun to kind of hear more about like kind of your inspirations and stuff for the story as well. And we're getting closer, guys. We're getting closer to done with toning this panel, which is really good news. So we're going to go ahead and I want a little more shadow behind or in front of Robert's chest between him and the skeleton. But we're getting closer, guys. And then Paul said, let's do it. That's awesome. So that's cool. So we have 2 people working on comics, at least, while listening to this stream, which is half the intention of this stream, is to try to provide you guys some content while you yourselves are being creative. So good on you, chaps. Good on you, old chaps. I'm still trying to work out a hand signal for our like night gang that works on comics at night and listens to the stream and hangs out. But I will tell you guys once I have found the gang sign for us. I think I tried something impromptu on a stream a little bit ago, but it just didn't feel right. Didn't have the right kind of gang sign vibe to it. I almost feel like Gary might be a really good resource for that because Gary works around a lot of courts, and I'm sure has been exposed to a lot of like gang stuff. And so I feel like maybe maybe Gary is like our dangerous minds teacher kind of person who could who could like show up and kind of teach us how the night gang culture should be and how it will be authentic, like how we can authentically um, show our hand signs. I don't know. We'll have to work on that. I'm workshopping that a little bit. Okay, so I want there to be like, again, I'm not worried about like technical rendering on this. I'm just kind of looking for like aesthetically pleasing rendering. And then we'll try to be not so aesthetically off that it's like badly noticeable for lighting. But right now I really want it to get pretty dark in this spot. Just to kind of establish, I mean, first off, it would be pretty dark in this area with the light source. But the main thing is also just trying to create a clarity between Mr. Bones, the skeleton, and Robert dancing with Mr. Bones in a very romantic and self-satisfied way. All right. I think we need to add a little more shadow to Robert's left side. And then I think we're close to done with Robert. Almost done with Robert. Since we're almost done with Robert, that means we're one step closer to Risk. I don't like how dark that got, but I do kind of like it being a little dark. I do also like a little bit of shadow on the eyes. Something a lot of people don't do that is true to life, where eyes are not just white dots. So if you're rendering, you know, there should be a little bit of shadow on the eyes as well. Not that we're rendering perfectly, but I think that establishes our light source a little better. Okay, now it's time to do the background. And unfortunately, this isn't going to go as quickly as the background on the left because I now have to match the background on the left a little bit. So we'll start with the floor. I do like that shadow more, so I'm going to go ahead and merge that down. And we'll start with just kind of doing this wash over the floor. Starting with Wilson, the maid. She's going to need like a little shadow. Okay. And then we're going to do this kind of fades back and gets darker as it goes into the hallway. All right. And then I think that's pretty good. That'll work for the floor. Again, like this panel is going to go quite a bit quicker than the panel one, because panel one I had to shade and tone about 8 or 9 characters, and that's going to just inevitably take longer. And also I had to shade and tone a lot more furniture and environment, whereas this is much closer in, so it's less to do. So it should be quite a bit quicker, which for anyone looking forward to a Risk game tonight, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Hold your horses. I know you guys are clamoring for some war, some global domination, but hold your horses, okay? Do you think hold your horses ties into wartime kind of thing? Like, where did that originate from? I mean, of course it's going to be when somebody's moving too quickly on a horse and somebody said, hey, hold your horses, you know? That's definitely obvious, but like, which era is that from? I want somebody who's not working on art right now to look up the etymology of hold your horses. That's how my brain works, you guys. Hold your horses. Where did that come from? I mean, it definitely had something to do with literally holding your horses back, but what era? Who's the first person to say that? And the thing that's interesting about the age of the internet is back in the day, if you had a thought like that, it would just bug you and then you'd forget about it. Like you'd have that thought and then you'd be like, I'll look into that someday. And maybe someday if you're at a library or you're looking through like an encyclopedia or something, you could kind of pull up that, oh yeah, there was that question. But now with the internet, we've gotten so pampered with being able to have this like absurd question, and at our fingertips, we can find the answer, which is pretty cool, but it can also be like a disastrous rabbit hole making activity where you like are just looking up the etymology of everything. It can be crippling, you guys. Curiosity is a really good thing, but it can also, like, if you're a person with too much curiosity on the internet, how do you do anything but the internet like all day, you know? Like if I was even more of a curious person, I don't even know if I'd be drawing right now. I might just be like Googling and going down rabbit holes looking up every fact in the universe. And then forgetting, like that's the other thing is like, so you go down the rabbit hole. Well, at least this is how it works for me. Like I have done this a million times where I've looked up, I've read articles, I've looked up the definition of a black hole, and I read it and it kind of makes sense if it's explained by somebody who's really dumbing it down for me. So I'm like, okay, I get the basic concept there, even though it blows my mind, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I kind of get the premise. And then like a month from then, I forget entirely everything I'd read about a black hole, other than it's really confusing. And I remember a few little facts, like, you know, what would happen if you like are on the event horizon of a black hole, and how it kind of would cause time to both move forward and backwards at the same time, because it starts arcing or messing with like the perception and experience of time, and distance as well starts disappearing. So your perceptions, like obviously you wouldn't even be alive, but if they were alive, like your perceptions would all just get like skewed and you'd be on like this massive acid trip of a death. And I've heard, like, hypothetically, that if you were to die by being cast into a black hole, that by the point you got in the event horizon, you would just be almost like stuck in eternally falling, which is really interesting. There's a lot of weird things like that I kind of remember, but do I remember everything about a black hole that I've read? No, not at all. So that's why, like, almost every year there's a point in time where I'm like, I think I'll look up a black hole because that was really interesting. Do you guys find yourselves doing that with like anything? And is there a particular one that you go back to, or do you guys just have like incredible memory and just not don't have that issue? I'd be curious to hear your experiences with that. What am I doing here? Okay. There we go. We have a little bit further done. We're getting there, guys. I just have to shade the door, the wall, and the pictures. And last thing I'll do is probably the bookshelf. So let's start with the door. Yeah, there's a couple other things I've looked up that I just love reading about, but again, I forget the details of. I love neutrinos. I just love reading about neutrinos. I think it's really fascinating. I think the first time I heard about neutrinos was a documentary Werner Herzog did. And I think it was called like Journey to the End of the Earth or something. And it was about the types of people who live in Antarctica, I believe. Um, and it kind of just goes all over the place. Like he just kind of interviews a bunch of people who live in Antarctica, and like pretty much with the premise of like, hey, why are you living in Antarctica? It's insane. And then he gets all these cool stories. You know, there's a guy who's like, oh, I'm up here like studying like penguin suicides, and you're like, wait, penguins commit suicide? And then like he's got a whole section on that where it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that was something penguins did. Welcome to my art stream, you guys. We're talking about neutrinos and penguin suicides. How is your night going? But anyhow, it's a really fascinating documentary, as all of Werner Herzog's stuff is. He's probably like my favorite like documentary guy. He's just fascinating. But but that documentary, like, you know, they go to like this place that's looking for neutrinos, and the scientist that's like building this like giant balloon kind of thing so they can go measure without interference. It's like something about the sun and the light in that area. It's like the one place, one of the few places in the world where they can, without interference, like have these really highly tuned, very sensitive measurement instruments, like kind of searching for neutrinos. And when they interview the scientist that's looking for these things, he like describes neutrinos, and it's like sounds like one of the most significant, amazing things that like has ever been like to look for. And it just got me super interested in neutrinos. And so I remember spending months like reading like little articles and stuff on neutrinos. And again, I remember some basics, and I remember that they're really cool and I really like stories about them. But I would have to like completely reread all of those articles to kind of like reabsorb everything that I did learn about them. So it's like, on one hand, I'm kind of learning about those things. And then on the other, I'm just kind of blindly filling my tank with like data that I lose half of. It's interesting. I feel like if Corey were listening to this, Corey would be like, that is the problem with social media, Josh. Causes you to explore and look at knowledge, but not absorb and retain knowledge. And Corey, if you're watching this after the fact, you can tell me what's your spin on that. I'd like to retain a lot of that stuff better, though. I'd like to be better at kind of retaining things that I have read or learned. I always envy people who have like a photographic memory. I've known a few in my life too, where they could read a book once and they pretty much remember every detail about the book for like years. Like, whereas I read a book once and I can kind of summarize it, but I'm already having trouble, you know, with fine details on it about a week from the time I read the book. Maybe I'm just on the road to like Alzheimer's or something. I don't know. Okay. So we have a bookshelf left to shade. Let's see where we're at for time too. I hope you guys are making good progress on your books and art. I also feel like I should adopt a more kind of art video voice when I'm working. Be like, hello, art friends. Would you guys still watch this channel if I was like that all the time? Like if I introduce this by being like, hello, art friends. Today we're here to create. Because we're creative. I don't know. Curious. Oh, Paul Pate said, let's do it. No, I'm just kidding. That was him. I'm going to just hold this as a comment that I can use for anything, where I should be like, you know what we should do is just gradually, and just say something terrible and then just pull up Paul being like, and Paul said, let's do it. All right, guys. I think I have, okay. I think I need to, because I have been streaming a lot today. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to play a trailer, and then I will be right back to finish up this and also to rock. It looks like we're very close to rocking a round of Risk, which I'm really excited about. So let's find the trailer that we're going to play. And I think what we'll do this time, it's been a long time since we played like the old school trailer. So I'm going to go ahead and play just the trailer for Jacob's Apartment. So here it is, and I will be right back. And again, art friends. Hello, art friends. Are you ready for a trailer? Okay, here it is. Our creative trailer. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, and I don't know what's up with StreamYard and the delay, but it looks like Thomas Adams has been commenting quite a bit on what I've been saying. And I apologize for not seeing those comments. So I'm going to get in those comments. And Paul Pate said, let's do it. So Paul Pate endorses that. I'm just going to use that all stream. Okay, so Thomas Adams said, Brett's Homes is the best homes. I think my wife just left the room, but if she heard that, she'd be like all about it. She agrees with that. We both are huge fans of Jeremy Brett's Homes. It's easily the best. And then Thomas said, world domination waits for no one. That's right. And honestly, it's just waiting for a bookshelf to be shaded right now. That's all. Okay. And then we also have Thomas Adams saying, hold your horses. Yes. Thank you. Somebody looked it up. I got to go check on my kid. I'll be right back. Oh, my wife is actually on it, so I think we're good. Let's see. Hold your horses. We have the etymology now, I think, from Thomas Adams. Thank you. So he said, hold your horses was used in the Iliad, but in the 19th century for the modern usage. Nice. And then he also said, when I was young, my mom had an encyclopedia set. I would go to look something up and end up going through the whole volume, looking at photos and reading the entries. I'm kind of similar. I've always had a mind that's really fascinated with just like the mechanics of things and like why do things work the way they do. And it's kind of neat. I see it in my son too. He's quite often looking at like YouTube channels that sort of explain um, like what would happen if like gravity stopped, or like what would happen if this, or like specifics about like the universe and stuff. And it's really interesting watching him at such a young age, like, you know, seek like answering his curiosities. You know, it's pretty fun to see. Okay, so we're getting there. We got a bookshelf tell Risk, and then CB Smallwood, a Wildcat anthology. CB Smallwood said, "Really well done trailer for Jacob's Apartment. My first time seeing that trailer. Thank you, CB." Yeah, that was a really meaningful moment in my life when I was able to kind of put that together. And I knew that, like, for one of the first times, I had like a real, just beautiful print job done on my book with a publisher that I really believed in. And this isn't like trashing any publisher I've worked with before. It's just, it was a really special thing. Just that era. And I remember when I first cut that trailer, kind of playing it for some family members. A couple of us got kind of choked up. It was just a good moment. And also it was kind of like validating because and maybe you guys will understand this, but it's like when you've been doing comics for a really long time, you do face a lot of no's. Whether it's at a convention and you're kind of selling your wares and like, you know, 10 people walk by, one person's interested, and those 10 people that like could give two craps about the thing you just dedicated a bunch of your life to, it can wear on you, right? And I think we've all been there where it's like, you know, you're fighting this fight and there's times where you just feel like, should I even be fighting this fight, right? And then there's times of like validation where you're like, okay, it's worth it. And that was definitely one of those times where I was like, okay, this is really pretty cool. Because there was a point where, you know, Jacob's Apartment was my first book, my first finished graphic novel. And I poured years into that book. And I had just kind of put it to rest. Like, I wasn't really going to do anything with it. I was just going to do two stories, kind of move on. And I wasn't going to stop comics. I'm not like that kind of person. When I get interested in something, I'm pretty loyal to things that I love. I'm pretty stick-to-itive about that type of thing. But I had pretty much given up hope about Jacob's Apartment really ever seeing the light of day. I thought that was just going to be a book that I had finished and I hit my goal on and no one cares. And so being able to get a book deal for that and get it out there, and even if it's a small amount of feedback, get reception and interest in it, and be able to see it in print and do a thank you section that acknowledged all the people who helped me. You know, I don't know. It was just a really, as corny as it is, though, it was a very special moment. And kind of a good signal that I'm not like crazy. Because that's another thing that I think we all battle, like when we're doing these comics. You know, it's like you wonder, like, you dedicate so much time to comics, you know. Every once in a while I think a lot of us wonder, like, is this even worth it, you know? Like what am I doing with my time in my life, you know, where I'm drawing all the time. And we love drawing. I think all of us love drawing, but it's like you know, every once in a while you do have those doubts, and then it's those little victories. Even when it was like cutting that trailer or whatever, that was a really special. I'm getting all sappy, but that was a really special time. Oh, special, you guys. Hello, art friends. I like that. I think I'm going to adopt a persona that's like super cheesy that at the beginning of my video, I'm like, hi guys, we're going to be creative today, my little art friends. Hello. Hello there. Why, hello. And that's how it'll start, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think? I feel like I might lose a lot of subscribers because I'm sappy at my core. Like there is a part of me that's a very cheesy, art believing, happy to see people be creative kind of person. But I think if I was that over the top, I think it would be a little rough to take. Yeah, Gary said, I understand. I think I was in a little bit of a low moment a couple weeks ago, then felt reinvigorated by Arizona Comics and Arts Festival. Yeah, I mean, it can be a little like that's the thing. It can be little things, and I think that's something for people to keep in mind too when you're supporting indie artists. Like, you never know if you're the person who picked up that book and you kind of are saving that person's career in that field because they were like, you know, a book sale away from just giving the whole thing up. You know, like to be honest, you know, when you're supporting indies, you're really making an impact on different artists, you know, and that goes for indie anything, not just indie comics, like indie music. You never know. Like you go to a gig, you see a band play a show or something, you pick up their CD or their flash drive. I don't know what the kids are. What are the kids selling music on at gigs nowadays? What are the hip kids doing, you guys? I think Gary's a hip guy. He would know what the hip kids are doing. Gary, what are the hip kids selling their music on? Anyhow, so whatever the hip kids are selling their music on, if you're the guy who like goes up and buys a t-shirt or something like that, like again, you know, you never know like how deep the impact of just that like act could be for that person, you know. They might be at a real low point and you might be like kind of helping stoke the fire, the flame of creativity. And that's a thing that I wish more teachers would realize too. It's like, you know, I know Corey's told his biography before with art, and it seems like he had given up art for a really long period of time just because of like two really crappy teachers that he had, you know. And like anybody who looks at Corey's stuff, you'd be like, you're insane. Like, why wouldn't you be doing art? You're so talented, you know? But like some douchebag teachers when he was a kid were like just kind of jerks about his art. And like he just was like, well, I guess art's not my thing. I'm gonna go into other stuff. And it's like, man, you know, do those teachers feel that weight of responsibility for like crushing someone's soul when they're young? You know, I don't know. It's just an interesting dynamic. And then Gary said, I've never known what the hip kids were up to. Do they pass out QR codes to download something? Is that old? I don't know, Gary. I think we're all old. I have no idea. What about you, CB? Do you know what all the hip kids are doing for music nowadays? What are the hip kids up to? I think, Gary, if you and I do a show, like, you know, you and Jim have like the top 5. We'll have a show where we're speculating on the hip kids and the fancy whites. We'll be like, what are the fancy whites up to and what are the hip kids up to? Because these people confuse me. And it'll just be our out of touch old man rants where we'll be like, you know, there were rotary phones once. Back in the day, if you were, you know, like back when you were a kid, if you were dating a girl and you wanted to have privacy, you'd have to go into a literal closet dragging a phone that had a literal cord to have privacy. And you always had the fear that your parents would pick up the phone. What's with that? What do the hip kids do now? And then, you know, then it'll like switch and Gary will be like, I know, Josh, you know, I have a question about, I don't know, like television shows. Television shows used to be scheduled, and now you can see them on demand and watch the entire season. Where's the anticipation that used to exist? what are the hip kids doing now? And then I'd be like, I know, Gary. And then it just cycles forever, except it's only like a 15-minute show. I think we need to make this happen, Gary. And we'll both look like really shocked on all of our thumbnails for this show, where we'll look like really old, out of touch, and just shocked. All right, guys. Panels 2 and 3 are toned. And I hope you know what time that means it is. Because I know it is time to risk it up. So we're going to play a game of Risk because I just earned it. I earned it, you guys. Okay. I do want to acknowledge what CB's saying here. So he said, I think for a long time I chased validation and recognition as an artist. And he said, love, I guess. Then it shifted to spite. And now the last few years, I'm trying to do it for the love of it all. I think that's a mature take on it. And I think I had a similar arc where I think initially it was validation and recognition, and then it was spite. It might have been reversed there. I might have been fueled very much by spite as a young artist. Like, I have to admit, spite was the fuel for a lot of my early work. Even my earliest comics were like, I'll show them. Like that was a big drive because I'm a nerd, I grew up a nerd. And so a lot of it was like, I'll show these cool guys. I'll show these fancy whites, as Gary would put it. CB Smallwood said, I noticed people who are successful in life tend to enjoy what they do, and they do it whether people are watching or not. So I'm trying to get into that place. I think that is true. And then CB Smallwood, our reporter in the field, is reporting on what the hip kids are doing. He says, hip kids are doing TikTok, I guess. Popular music with kids seems to be pop. I wish rock was still played on major radio stations. So many great bands and artists are overlooked. I agree. And I have hit the age where I'm like completely confused by modern hip hop, and I love hip hop, but I don't understand like the whole mumble rap thing, which I don't even know if it's like a thing anymore. Yeah. But anyhow, okay. So now that we've had our segment, of what are the hip kids up to? we finished toning the 2 panels I needed to. I am going to play one more little trailer, and then we are going to rock and roll some Risk. So I'm going to go ahead and get my Risk stuff prepped as we speak. I go ahead and pull up the old Risk cam. And I think just to tease everybody who might actually enjoy these Risk streams, I will show the Risk cam real quick. You see this, guys? What needs to go for these Risk streams, though, is I do need to pull this brand and just boom, gone. Now you guys get a good view. I also need to put the scrolling bit here so anybody tuning in would know what this is. And now I'm going to go ahead and pick a trailer. I feel like since we're talking about hip kids and what they're up to, there's a hip kid named... wait, do I have it? Yes, there's a hip kid named Jim Lujan who makes animations and cartoons for very hip and in-touch children and adults. All the hip kids, all the cool kids are checking out Jim Lujan, and he made me a really awesome trailer for 2 Stories in Jacob's Apartment. So we're going to watch that, and then we're going to dominate the world. So I'll be back. If you guys want to join me for world domination, stick around.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm going to go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 Stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, guys. I am so ready for Risk. I hope you guys are too. It should be fun. So I'm currently standing at a master. As you can see, my last game, I luckily upped my points from 15,000 to like 16,462. I was at like 18 like 3 days ago. And if you guys saw on the last two streams, there were a couple really bad games, particularly yesterday. There was 2 games, one where I played terribly and got smoked very quickly by a suicider. and then so it was like ranked like that. I got beat by a novice and a beginner, which took away a lot of those points. And then I also played another game where I played really well, but then I lost my cool. I lost my cool. I rarely get baited in this game. I take pride just in general in life. I don't tend to fall for getting baited, but this time I did, and I just took out the guy that I felt was kind of playing. It just seemed like they were playing like collaboratively, and it kind of pissed me off. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to just take out this guy so he has no chance in hell of winning. I didn't suicide him, but because I'm kind of against doing that, because that's just like ruining someone's game. But anyhow, so that was why my points are a little lower. Luckily, I gained back about 1,000 of those in the last game that I played today. Here is the beauty of the high stakes of these games. I am currently ranked a master. This is globally. It's a world ranking, and I could lose that ranking very easily. If you see the progress of that yellow bar, I'm about to go back down to expert, especially if I lose this next round. So that's what's at stake here, guys. And my goal is to try to get to Grandmaster, which is to make that little yellow bar go all the way to the right. So I have a long path to go. This might take forever. This may never happen, but it is a goal that's fun, and I'm enjoying it. So we're going to kind of continue with that and see what happens. So let's find a game. I'm going to try to find an open fixed classic game, preferably with 6 players. That's my favorite kind of game. I think that's the most challenging Risk game. If you can master that, you can kind of master anything at Risk. That's what I hear when I've watched like Grandmasters and stuff talk about it. So that is what we're going to do. So let's see what we can do. And again, you know, this could be a really short, quick game. I want to turn my minimum rank back to all and then look, but it looks like there's only 2 games to pick from, and there's one that has 4 players. I prefer 6, but I'll just take it. I'm going to take that, except nobody's in the game. The heck? So they canceled that. So we have to kind of see. There's only 1 game currently. I think I'm going to try making a game. I'm kind of surprised. That means in all of the world. Okay, there's a fixed one. This is good. So we're going to go ahead and do this. So we're joining a fixed 6-person game, and we're just kind of waiting for the this is kind of like the waiting room of Risk, where you're just kind of hoping people join. So it looks like Conrad Ildrich 29, Gabriel from Puerto Rico, and me. But if this takes a while to fill up, I might go back and check to see if there's any other open games. This is probably the dullest part of the Risk streams, but bear with me. It gets real fun once we get into it. We're just kind of waiting for players. And again, if those things keep spinning, I think I leave and try a different game, because maybe there's a reason this isn't filling up. And this is taking quite a while to fill up, so I might have to just bow out. I think I might have to bow out. Sorry, guys. Once again, game will get interesting once we find one. So I like playing with real players, which kind of complicates things a bit. So this is now players 3 out of 5. So we're a little closer. I guess they lowered it to a 5-person game. Mantic Or is a really great username. Okay, I think we're good to go. So it's a 5-person game. Ideally, I like a 6-person game, but at this point, I will take what we can get, and we are in the game, and I'll walk through kind of my thinking and what we're seeing on the board. And again, if you guys have any comments, any strategy suggestions or thoughts, share them in the chats, and I will share my thinking here. So I am first position, so I have to move pretty quick, and I'm definitely in position to take South America. Oh wait, I thought I was in first. I keep thinking I'm black. I'm not in first position. I'm white, so I'm in 4th position. Whew, I thought I was black for 2 seconds there. That's pretty bad because I think that black's best play is to do North America. If they're a bad player, they're going to take out my 5. They're not, so that's good. I am still in a really tense position to save those 5 troops that are right above black's 6. I want to exit because I think right now North America might actually be my best play. We'll see if anyone's vying for it. My second best play is probably Africa. My third option, since I'm in 4th position, will be kind of playing a free-for-all game. Orange is definitely going Australia. I think they confidently might take Australia, depending. Australia is always rough, though. It's always contested at the beginning. Yeah, Gary's correct. I think black might be working towards South America. Yeah, I think North America is my best bet. Or Africa, depending. I don't know what red is doing. Okay, red very wisely. Everybody's kind of moving towards their positions, which is good. I think I need to... Man, this is tough. Do I do Africa or North America? I think I make a play for North America, but this is putting at risk. It is the game of risk, but there is always a chance that like I don't think black is happy about that 10. And black might be a newer player who's just going to take out my 10. Hopefully black is smart enough to be like, okay, I'm going to wait a turn. I'll move my 6 up and take that territory. But they might get impatient and just take out my 10 with their 7. And then the game's really tough from there. And then I'll know for sure that I made the wrong call to do North America. I think North America is the right play, though, because I think yellow is wanting Australia. I think North America gets me away from the very confident player, and it also leaves me with the option of kind of doing a no-continent game if I need to. It's not a weak beginning, but it's not a strong beginning. So far, I haven't lost a lot of troops, but there you go. Black just did exactly what I was worried they would do. So I should have gone for Africa. I should have read. I should have not forgotten that I'm not playing with good players. Like, that was so dumb, too, because I think they cost themselves, like, 9 troops for that move. So I lost 5, but they lost 9, and they could have confidently held that territory if they just waited 1 turn. But now I am the weakest player on the board, so thanks a lot, Black. I'm so mad at Black now. I love this game, though. I really love this game. Now, does red continue chipping at white? Because white right now, I am the what they call the fish. I have definitely become the fish from that move to North America, which I probably should have just I probably should have done. Oh, red is going to let me live for a little bit longer. I don't know if red takes... Yeah, red's continuing. So I still have Africa in play, but I kind of want to continue with North America because screw black. Even if I'm playing a no-continent game, I think that's a little more fun. So I think what I'll do is keep my 8 there, and then I'm going to move my 3 and consolidate it with my 4 and hope that orange doesn't kill my exterior position there. Look at my cards too. So I'm not off to a great start because black definitely closes South America next turn. Blue looks like they're gradually making their way to North America. Yeah, this isn't a great start, guys. I should have gone Africa. If this game goes the way it does, I think I'll put that in the thumbnail. Like, why didn't I go Africa? Because I can play from Africa. It's a hard position, but I like Africa. It's one of my favorites. It's weird. I like a lot of the continents that people don't tend to like. I like North America too, but I don't know if I like my positioning in North America right now. Yeah, I need to hit oranges 2 next turn. You're right, Gary. He said I would put troops into Mexico and go for oranges 2, letting black 7 pass. That would have been a good move. Does black 7 just hit me out of spite? Black really hates me right now. Like, oh man, black. And black's going to chase me because black is now going to try for North America. They definitely have positioned themselves where they don't care about who they should care about right now, which is red, who's going to very quickly close America. They care about little tiny white. That's okay. I'm not in a good spot here, guys. I had a really weak beginning. Yeah, Gary points out that I could still take Africa with my 5. Yes, I can, but I can't hold it because I'm right next to that 13 and the 14, which is weird, but I think red is doing a game change here. A very smart game change. My 5 is out of the game now. Red just made one of the best plays I've seen in this game for a while. So I'm going to move my 11 up just to kind of be like, dude, I'm not a threat. To black, do they have alliances on? I'm going to say make alliance. Hey, we're cool, man. And we're probably not. He probably goes for me. He seems like a bad player, and I don't mean this in a negative. It's not like going for me makes you a bad player, but in this case, that would be a really bad move for black because black needs to fortify themselves for their neighbor who is slowly taking over the map. They have a very competent red right on their heels. And so if they don't make cool with me or they knock out their 7 trying to kill me in some kind of weird proving point kind of thing, they don't get cards because I have exterior positions and they kill half their troop amount. But I don't know how good of a player they are. Like a good player would read that. A bad player is not going to read that. And black's in a really bad position because their one exterior position just got wiped out by black. And so their options are closing for cards outside. So black's best play is to fortify their other thing and not go after me. But I think black goes after my 10 because I think black is not a good player. Maybe I'm misreading black. They're trying to fortify their exterior positions, but I think I might take out their exterior positions because F black at this point. They kind of screwed up my beginning of my game. I don't tend to do vendetta moves, but F black. Yeah, Gary was saying if you wanted to be bold, you could take South America from black. I think that's my long game play if I survive. I don't think I have a hope of closing North America right now, but I do think I have hope of floating in North America, building up troops and power. And then when black inevitably ends up in conflict with red, that's when I can take power. Red might be a really competent player and kind of eat my They're really playing wise, actually. I'm a little scared of red. I'd say of every player here, I think red is playing the best. I want to take again, right now I'm not really concerned about taking territory. Now I just want a big stack. Because I have 4 cards. I'm a big target, guys. I am a 4-card lunch. So if my exterior positions of the 5 and 3 in Asia get taken out, then I'm in a pretty dangerous waters. Because then black isn't crazy to eat me because they get 4 cards for it. But if I have exterior positions, do I have cash in? I do, and it's not bad. It's artillery, so it's not the best. You want the 3, but it's not bad. And so far, it looks like I'll live to see another day, even if black is an idiot. Because black might even choose to take out my 15 and go for North America, but that's a really bad play. I mean, they can, but it's a really bad play. They're going to lose so many troops doing that. Yeah, they aren't going to do that. So that's good. I think they will eat one of my 1s, though. Oh, they're going to... Did you see that? Black is so mad at me. Oh my gosh. Did you see that move? That was so angsty and like lame. like why did you cost 6 troops for that? Because all you're doing is feeding me to another player. You're not going to take me out, black. Oh my gosh. I really hate black now. I'm like really not a fan of black. Okay, what can we do to black? This is going to be fun. I could cash in my cards and break South America. But I like that Orange just kind of shot all their exterior positions to get cards. And they've left me in a pretty good spot where I can cash in. We'll see what red does. Because if red has something to cash in on that 2, they could potentially... I mean, it's possible. Or on that 5. Like, there's a real slight possibility they might be able to get my cards. It would cost them so much, though, because they'd have to travel their 14 to my 5 and 3. So right now, I will tell you guys, I am glad I have exterior positions. They're keeping me alive till I can cash in my cards. Even cashing my cards, I'm not super strong. Gary said black is a novice. I don't know why they'd put any in North America. It's not bad to move to North America. They're just not in a position to do that yet. They need to kind of solidify their territory first. But the fact that they suicided a 6 into me for like what? I don't know what they gained from that. They just kind of cleared North America for me too. So yeah, I don't know what black is doing. I think I might actually have a chance of taking most of North America. But I don't want to expend a lot of troops. So I think what I do is I enjoy these 1s. And I'm just going to chill, you know, like we're just like friendly, chilling friends here. Oh, I did make a mistake there. I should have moved my 3 over to my 5 and fortified it with the 3 because that 3 is going to get eaten. In fact, I probably should have used my 3 to eat the 1 under the 11 of blue just to get a card without expending troops. But I'm in a lucky position because black cannot take me out now. They've blocked their 8. But is black such a bad player? Like, they seem to have some weird hatred for me. I don't know why. And so are they such a bad... So everybody's clearing North America for me. This is looking good. I don't think orange lets that stand, though. I think orange probably, like, adds troops to their 1s up there, maybe. But black, are they such a bad player that they like boost up like whatever troops they gain, they add them to their 3 and then send their 3 running into me? I think they might. I think they might. They might. Yep. Oh my gosh. I think they might. I think they're that bad of a player. Oh, They wanted to, and then they thought better of it. That's good. Man, Black, you're in dire straits, my dude. Did I play Black? Like, here's another thing. Sometimes these games you play the same players multiple times, you know? And I kind of wonder, was there a point where I played this guy and just like kicked his butt? So Orange can take me out right now if they want. They can eat me and get 2 cards, which isn't really worth the expense, but they could do it. I'd say the weakest position right now is Blue. Although Blue is in play to eventually take Europe if they so choose. But I think they've opted for a no continent game as well. I don't like being neighbors with Black. Like, they're just a bad player. So I don't know how long I stay here antagonizing Black, because Black is a guy. I can already tell he's a guy who will. I mean, he suicided a 6 into 12, like 15 or something, just because. So I won't put it past a player like, yeah, I lost my 5 exterior. I wouldn't put it past a player like that to like completely suicide. Although I think a player like that also maybe hits the 10 of red, which they're in no position to do. But I kind of think that's what they do. So right now I'm just going to take ones. I'm not even going to take Black's one, you know? We're friends, Black. I'm not just building troops here. But again, I'm wondering, when is it that Black just sends another like 3 troops at me or something, like, take that, you know? Or do they like finally take their focus off me to like Red, who is the board leader at this point, and they're in way better position than anybody? I think Orange is in the second strongest position. Like, his biggest threats are all around him, and he's micro-focused on me because he wants to take North America, which he can't hold. Now, I might use my good tried and true strategy eventually if I last, because, again, I had a weak start. But I think what I do is let Black get a little upset about me being there, and then I bail and just let him take North America. Because he seems like a player who's bad enough to where if he saw kind of like a bunch of ones up there, he'd just take it, even though he can't hold it, which I think would be kind of fun to see. So I don't know. I don't know what we do. But does he send that 5 into my 23 is a good question here. Does Black start learning from their experience playing this game, or do they send that 5? Oh, here it is. Do they send it in my 23? No, but I kind of think I want to give him North America. What do you guys think? I feel like I should give Black North America. I think I should just bail. Depending if Red fortifies it, I don't think that would be an option. But I like I'm going to gradually move my way out of North America. I'm kind of heading to Asia, guys. I want to see Black. I want to see Black dominate the world with those plays. I think I might eat a few of his cards, though. I don't know. I can't cash in yet, but I kind of want to leave Black alone. Like, I want to let Black grow. I want to let Black contend with Red, who's playing pretty well. What do you guys think? Black is a novice. They don't know what they're doing. They put any in North America. And then Gary said Blue is leaving North America. Yeah, Blue definitely left from North America. Blue is closing out Europe, and they're doing slow play for it, and they're not doing it bad. But I don't know if they have time to do it. Although I will say Red has been playing smart, but now they've kind of spread themselves pretty thin. And they're right next to our best friend Black here, who is not a warmonger at all. Like, I don't sense that Black is the type that would like overextend themselves or get in a war with their neighbor for absolutely no reason, even then when their neighbor doesn't have a territory. I don't see them like that. But if I'm Red, I'm a little worried about that 16. I think I'm gonna bail. I think I'm leaving North America. I'm kind of a fan of Black now. I know that's weird, but like I'm kind of rooting for black. I want to see red and blue fight black. I'm kind of tired of it. I don't want to fight black. Let me see red and blue. You take care of this. You guys hold your territories next to this maniac. Gary said, honestly, I'd be inclined to make black pay. His army is divided. With 30 or so, you could eat him up. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that. I might stay in position to where that's an option. So what I'll do is, let's see, can I cash in? Yeah, but then I have to eat a 14, and he's playing so bad, he's going to kill himself eventually. And blue and red are in conflict, so I like this. I think I give black. Now, is black such a bad player they move their 5 up and block me from leaving? Because if that's the case, then I might have to. Oh, no, they brought their 10. Are they going to hit my 25? Oh, man, they really want. I'm going to let them take it. I think I'm going to let them take it. I mean, the problem is red and blue are in such conflict and haven't closed their territory. But that puts a lot of pressure on everyone in the game but me to stop black, which is a good position to be in. So I think I'm going to continue. I'm not even eating any of black's ones. I'm over black. I want to let black take this game because he's such a cocky player. I just kind of want to see what happens. I want to see how. I think red is in pretty dire straits now because they overextended. They shouldn't have gone. Again, like I've talked about this many times, but you want to be friendly at first. You don't want to be the person not letting people seal their characters, seal their continents. And because like red decided not to let blue finally settle in Europe, now they're in this like weird war with Europe that they can't win. And they have no defensibility in Africa. So now they put blue in a position where blue could be like, all right, you want Europe, take Europe and take Africa, and then you're both dead. Like they've won nothing from this little hostile fight, to where a player like black is actually a pretty strong contender. And I'm going to make them even stronger, guys. And if black ends up killing me from this, I can rewatch the stream and cry because I really want to see black die. But I also really enjoy the idea with black's like incredibly bad playing. I'm even going to fortify him. Like I'm protecting you, black. I'm going to let black take the territory. And I'm going to be in position where no one can go in through. No one can stop him. This is my madman tactic. Black is going to get North America. I just gave it to him. And like, and like no one can go through and hit him on that side. So if they want to hit black, they have to go through South America, or they have to go through red. So I'm just encouraging conflict right now, guys. Now, do they hit black? Because I mean, I just opened black. Yeah, they're not going to hit black. They're stuck in their little microcosm war with red. Red's ego and hunger, their lust for their lust has basically caused their downfall. Now, blue's going to try to do the nice defense. That would be interesting if they bring that 14 to their 12. Oh, they aren't even going to consolidate. So right now, black can eat them. I love it. And I'm not a threat to black, right? I just disappeared. Black's got nothing to worry about white anymore, the guy who's micro-focused on. Instead, he's going to get in a war with blue. I love it. And I've given him North America, and he doesn't even, I think at this point, he's like, maybe I can't hold North America. Like, he's been like micro-focused on that, and I finally made it an option. And I think he's doing the math, like, I don't know if I can actually hold North America. And then Orange is in a weird position too. I just put them in it because they were seeing how bad these players are, and they're like, these players, guys, are so bad that they're going to let me hold Asia. Like, they're so bad. This is the game. This is the game where I actually can own Asia. And they're moving gradually towards Asia, but they have this 35 that just appeared in their turf who's going to screw up that plan. And not only am I going to screw up that plan, I'm moving my 35 one over to the left so that we can start encouraging some conflict between orange and black as well. Again, I don't know if I win this game, but I definitely am going to be the low key of this game. Kind of like, that's my tactic right now, is to be low key. Oh, okay, I love it. Red hit black. No, they're not going to. Red suicides blue. Sure, we can have an alliance. Red suicides blue and then pretty much pisses off black. Like, not only am I going to hit you, blue, and ruin your chances of winning the game, I'm also going to do it for myself. How many troops? They have 20, so I can't eat anyone yet. But I want to be in position because orange has not been playing bad. I want to release. Go ahead and move your 5 up into North America and eat my other troops. Black, we're homies, right? I want to put everybody in position to fight each other, and I want to be in position once they start fighting to swoop in and eat them all. That's my play, guys. It's my best play. My best play with a player like black was to get the hell out of North America. Now, blue is in a dire situation. Blue is probably going to die pretty soon. So is red. The question is, who eats them? And black's in a rough position because black wants to eat these guys, but he was so micro-focused on me that he like put his 21 stack like right up there, and it's blocked by all those ones. And he's got his 15, but that's not quite enough to eat. And if he does eat, he weakens his position. If he weakens his position on top, like let's say he moves that 21, I'm going to swoop back down there and teach black to not mess with me. He does have cards, so he probably does eat blue. Does he eat all of blue, though? He didn't eat blue. He set me up to eat blue, though. So if you guys, if red doesn't end up eating blue and orange doesn't end up eating blue, I'm going to happily eat blue, assuming blue doesn't have a cash-in. I think orange is pretty competent, though, so I think they take that snack, because that's 3 cards, man. And then I think if they're smart, they pivot and they eat... please fail. I really hope they zero out. I don't think they will. Yeah, and they have 3 cards, so they get to cash in. Great. That's good. Blue's out of the game. So I think they cash in and maybe eat red. That would be a really good play right now, is cash in and eat red. I think orange might win this game for sure. Orange is at 69 troops. They definitely have taken over. Orange, yes, you hit their 5. I love it. It's not going to make black happy. You took North America off the table. I love it. And I'm just going to keep moving left. You guys go ahead and fight. Red's in tough, just a really tough position right now. Orange is in a very strong position. Black is in a really strong position, but I don't think they're good enough to know what strong of a position they're in. I think I'm allies with orange right now, and they didn't hit any of my troops. Red is funny. Now they're creating hostilities with black. As if black isn't just going to eat that 6. Like, you guys have seen the kind of player black is. But right now, I don't mind encouraging a little bit of hostility just by being like, hey, that looks tasty. I think I'll eat this, black. I think I'll take one of your guys. I'm going to use you for my food until orange closes off that possibility. So black is in a weird position, and orange is telling me attack black, but the tough part is I don't think I want to attack black. I don't think I want to attack red. I think I want to see you attack them because you're in first position. Why would I attack them? I'm in last position. Sorry, red is in last position, but I'm in no position to attack them. That's your job. I'm going to go ahead and give them the same message. I'm going to say attack black, and I'm going to say, I don't know if I can tell them again. Oh, I just told them I need to attack your territory. Oh, that's telling them that, like, hey, on my turn, I'm going to eat one of your things. So that was good. But I was telling them, hey, you attack. Because, dude, that really is kind of unreasonable for him to expect me to attack. And I have the worst cash-in, you guys, of all cash-ins. So the question is, does Orange... I mean, Orange is taking tons of territory. And if they kind of stay cool with me, they're pretty quickly going to take Africa, which they can't hold, but that's okay. Orange, if they stay cool with me, might win this game. If they get in a little tit for tat with me, like, they can easily take me out, but that could cost them the game, and they're definitely giving it to black. Black, for being so aggressive, is being surprisingly, like, really held back. I'm kind of surprised they haven't just gone and eaten red. And red is at 19 troops. I'm at 45, so I'm getting closer to where I could comfortably eat red for their cards. So if red can't cash in now, I might go for eating red. Because I have 4 cards, and I don't like the 4 cards I have. So I kind of think, oh, okay, they cashed in their cards. Never mind. That's good. I like red being strong, though, because red can be... I mean, red's not that strong, but at least to attack red is going to cost black 15 troops. So I think my best play here is actually just to continue carving little tiny increments at black. I don't want to open up that 22. I just want to do everything but open up that 22. And I'm not going to attack red because why would I? I am in last position. I shouldn't be attacking anyone. This might really aggravate orange, but orange can't just... You can't turtle all game, dog. Not when you're the top player. I mean, I've turtled all game as the top player, but in order to turtle as the top player, you have to... Yeah, orange is not happy about my strategy here. Because what orange wants, right? I mean, orange isn't a bad player. Orange wants me to, like, go just expend troops, like, fighting his battle for him so he can come and eat me and then eat whoever I'm fighting. I know that strategy. This is where Gary was dead on. Like, we were talking about risk early on, and it's like, it's important to be friendly, but kind of at this point in the game, it's getting closer and closer where, like, we aren't friends. Like, we can be cool, but I'm not obeying your orders, dude. I wanted red there. I want red to annoy black. I want red and black kind of going at it. I want you going at it with red. I don't want to be going at it with anyone. Now, does orange get really mad and kind of, like, move their 39 up in front of my 45 to be like, dude, I told you to attack so-and-so? That's a possibility. That's a losing move, but it's still a possibility. Orange has so much ground here, too. Their best play is just, dude, eat as much as you can. Just go slow. Don't make enemies, and just gobble people as they're available. Red only has a card, which is kind of a bummer. I want to eat red. The question is, can I eat black? Without it costing me the game. Because I want to eat black. I want black to kind of weaken themselves a little more. I think right now maybe we make a play to move. Is this too soon? I think I moved back to yeah. I think that was the right play. If they expend that many troops for 2 cards, I'm in a really good spot. No, they didn't. They just wanted to break red. I don't know why they want to weaken red either. Like, again, I want to think strategy. And it's like, if you're black right now, you actually want red in the game. You don't want red out of the game. And you might have just taken red out of the game. And then what do you have to contend with? You have an orange who's literally taken all of the map. And at this point, very wisely, is going to actually take Asia, which is like the daydream. You want to take Asia. You know how many cards he's going to accrue? So weakening red was like a really dumb move. Because the second red's out of this game, like, you know, we're next, man. And there's nobody there to stop him. But black has some yummy cards, and I think I eat his cards. I think red might get 3 cards too, so maybe I can go through. I think I have enough troops to completely eat black. Well, black has a turn after me, though. So I think I have enough cards to eat black. I think I go through black, and then I gobble up red, and then it's me versus orange, and orange probably wins. But that'll be my best chance to actually close this game and do okay. So we'll see how that goes. But it's vengeance time. So if you have like some heavy metal right now, go ahead and play it. Because black, you needled me at the beginning of this game. Oh, why did I go backwards? That was a bad move. That might have messed up my play. Did it? I think that messed up my winning play. Oh, I moved the wrong direction. Oh, I just gave orange the victory. I got too excited. I moved in the wrong direction. And I think I just gave orange the win because now orange can eat red. And they're going to get like 16 cards next turn. Oh, that was bad. That was a bad play on my part, guys. I should have gone down to the left, all the way down, and then up to the right, arced my way over and gobbled up red, which I could have done in one pass. Yeah, that's the game. Well played. I'm going to say well played. Well played, orange. Very well played. And I'm going to give orange like little hearts. The orange is inevitably going to eat me on the next turn, if not on this turn. I am done for in this game, but at least I got my vengeance on black. That's too bad though. I actually had hope in this game. Because I could have swung around and eaten red, and I just misplayed on my punch. And that's really unfortunate. Like, I should really know better than that. He has a 45 too, guys. So this game is pretty close to over. My best bet is to go in here and start eating territories. Again, this is just kind of silliness at this point. There is no winning this game at this point. But I want to take as much territory. I will break him, but my goal is like, I don't want you having any territories in Asia. But I'm just going to 1 out. And then I think my 4 just hits his 11. And then that's, yeah, but it's 86-19. So this game is over. Even if orange like plays this end strategy badly at this point, there's no way he loses. Yeah, my best bet, I had an opportunity. My best bet was to go through black and then continue my arc up to red, but I miscalculated, and I don't know why. I went to the right instead of the left, and that little move cost my only hope of winning this game. So honestly, Orange is in this really luxurious position where they can take their time. Like they don't even have to close me out. Like they can win, but they can take their time. There's no rush. They're going to be accruing like 18 cards the next turn. I'll still fight them. I don't tend to wave white flags in this game, so I will still continue to fight to the very end. But this is going to be a brutal ending. And I think I'll just kind of meme about it as I die. So I think I'll put like my little, oh no. Let's see what else I can do. Okay, because he's taking his time, I'm just going to be like, oh, come on, guy. You can take me out. I'm just giving him a bunch of weird memes. But I will give him a last good game and well played. Because that was well played by Orange. And that actually shows you the value of making allies. Because actually, Orange showed a really good example of how to make allies and how to do it correctly. And I agree with Gary. At least I made Black play. I bet Black's like a novice. I wouldn't be surprised if Orange isn't really a master either. I'm going to lose some points for this, but. So Orange was intermediate, so they were playing a lot better, but they were definitely lower ranked than me. Black, surprise, was a novice. Red and blue were beginners who were kind of eating at each other. Again, they'll start learning the value of friendly neighbor later on. I came in second, but I got owned, guys, on this game. And it was all because I didn't make a right turn. I made a left turn instead of a right, and it cost me the game. Honestly, I may not have won with the other strategy, but I would have been a much bigger competitor because the second I ate those cards, if I had eaten reds, I would have had a turn in, and then I would have been able to start carving at Orange's cards. But yeah, without that, at least we got the justice of teaching Black that you can't play Risk that way. You just can't. All right, guys. Gary said, well, Black hobbled you from the start. That's true, but you kind of have to expect hobbling when you play this game, and you kind of have to play around it. So my call to get out of North America was the smartest thing I think I did in that game. But I probably should have made a right turn instead of a left. But anyhow, that's it for the Risk part. I might play Risk again later. I'm going to go ahead and play another trailer, and then I'm going to get back to shading. But again, I'm going to work on comics now. But again, that's going to affect my master rank. So I'm probably down to like 15 after that. We'll see. But I'm still a master, I believe. We'll see. It takes a while for them to tabulate the points. But it was fun. At least that was a fun game. And there was some justice. That is one fun thing about Risk, is seeing a player like that who's all cocky and they're like, I got my territory, you can't mess with me. And then literally later in the game, being able to just erase them from existence. Not just suicide them, like literally just you don't exist anymore on this board. That is very fulfilling. All right. Not my best game, not my worst game. And I'm going to get back to drawing some comics. Working on page 68 of Not Death But Love. And if I can manage to tone these last two panels, I will allow myself one last Risk game for the day. So if you guys are watching, cool. And if you want to hang around and work with me, cool. And if not, I wish Black's fate on you. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. If you can't, that's cool too. Because this has been a pretty long stream so far. I think it's 1 hour and 44 minutes, but this is going to be one of my longer streams because I have to get work done tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and put on a trailer. Let's see which one I haven't played. If you guys are out there too and you have your own channel and your own products and stuff like that, I will gladly play a trailer that you make that's under a minute for my channel. It just has to promote Jacob's Apartment and 2 Stories. And on top of that, it can promote any of your products. It can promote your website, your stuff, as long as it's safe for work and it's not violating Twitter's TOS. I will play it as like a little commercial bit. And I think I'll use this example of Christopher Runciman's ad that he submitted, and I play on this channel all the time. And it mentions his channel, but it also mentions my books and stuff like that. So it's like a nice way to do cross promotion. And I encourage you guys to do it. If you do make a video like that, just send it to me in an MP4 format. And again, like as long as I can play it, I will. And it'll probably cycle for like a year. So it's like having a free commercial and cross promotion from both my fans and your fans. So consider it, and I'll play Christopher's video. And then after that, I'm going to get back into rock and rolling and doing some art, which fans of my comic stuff and people who aren't big fans of my Risk stuff might be like, woohoo, it's time. And people who are really into the Risk stuff might be like, you have to wait for 2 of those panels to get shaded for him to get back into Risk. That's right. I do have to wait. All right, here we go, guys. Here's the trailer, and I'll be right back, and we'll work on some art. And if you have any questions or things you've been thinking about with the art process or with comics or even with Risk that you'd like to ask me, feel free in the chats. And when I come back, I will address whatever they are. All right, here is the trailer.
Hi, my name's Chris, and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
All right, we're back, and I'm gonna I just had some water, and now we're gonna go ahead and tone this last page, which again has a lot of face in it, which actually is pretty exciting because that means that I can hopefully tone this a lot quicker. Also, the backgrounds are really similar, so I might be able to like cut and paste and use elements of the background. I usually do figures first. In this case, I'm feeling spicy, guys. I think what I'll do is shade the backgrounds first and get those taken care of, and then the figures. And that way I can kind of import the shading from one background to the other and do slight modifications and maybe save myself some work. I will say this for Risk and art and life. It does make you think a little more strategically. And I think that's helpful, especially when it comes to executing comics, because I feel like the thing that Risk and comics have in common is comics are very much about strategy and execution. There's definitely talent. There's definitely skill. There's definitely a little bit of luck. Sometimes you can't control your placement or where the dice land or anything like that. But if you strategize right, you can effectively, like more effectively attack your pages. So that's my weak attempt to kind of connect Risk to comicking. But to me, I think that is why it fascinates me. It's a very methodical, systematic thing. And I think systems and methods are really interesting to me. I think that's one of the things that's kept me really fascinated with comics. Comics are like this uncrackable puzzle that no matter how much planning you can never really master. But you can get better at it, and you can kind of try different attack strategies. And there's so much stuff to consider, all sorts of design considerations. There's illustration considerations, storytelling considerations, considerate considerations. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to say another consideration. But there's a lot of things to consider. It's like a lot of variables. And I don't know. To me, Risk is very similar. And again, I'm not like perfect at Risk. Obviously, I've definitely streamed some games where I've misplayed, even that one. But we're gonna go ahead and. Oh, I wasn't gonna get into characters yet. These characters. Just want to do backgrounds. I was like defaulting and starting because I think why I do the characters first too is I like the characters more. I naturally feel way more comfortable drawing human beings than backgrounds. So my preference is always to go for the dessert first. Like I need to get that fun background stuff to get the food, the interest. How's everybody's progress going? I don't know if CB's still here. If you are, how is everything going? Like, what's your next project? Are you still fulfilling, the Wildcat stuff from that Kickstarter? Or are you on to like the kind of next bigger and better thing? And if so, what is it? I know, Gary, you're like close to 3 pages to done, which is really cool. Probably a little scary too to be that close to done, but also I'm sure very invigorating. I know Thomas Adams was in the chats earlier too, and I wonder what Thomas is working on. I think Thomas has his encyclopedia out. But I also know it's getting later, and so we're creeping into night gang territory, guys. It looks like everybody in my household might be turning in too. But I have comics to make. I have to. And I think the risk incentive might keep me motivated to like at least finish the shading on this page so that I'll be in good position to do flat colors tomorrow. And I will definitely live stream as I do them. I do want you guys to like think about that game that we just played though. The most hostile players were the first to die. I just wanted to point that out. That's what I mean when I'm playing Risk and I'm saying like you got to make friends. It's not meaning you need to like hold hands and not make hits on other people. It's just be calculated, be intentional. If you're provoking a bear, know the bear you're provoking. Understand your intention behind provoking it, It's not always wrong to poke a bear. Maybe you want to poke the bear because they're right next to a neighbor that they're going to flip out at and kill. So hostility is not bad in Risk. It's just the over hostility, especially early in the game, feels really fun. It feels really good. And then it feels terrible. Like a lot of the time, people who are overly hostile at the beginning of the game, they're the people who rage quit like instantly. Because again, like they make decisions that are really fun momentarily. And then they're like, what did I get myself into? Because now they're in like a 3-front war with all their neighbors. It's just like again, tactics, not anything but that. So that's what I mean by being friendly. Be friendly until you can afford to not be friendly. I think that goes across the board with a lot of things. If you're too aggressive, like trying to get into the art world, like you might make a lot of enemies that otherwise could be like assistants, like people who could help you, and like you watch that game, the way Orange played it was almost perfect. Like they did a really good game because they were like, I'm just sitting here eating small territories, not making enemies. And then they swooped in and started making a more aggressive attack, but only when they were in position to do so. Whereas like Black was just like, I don't know, Black just wanted to kill people and they had no objective. Even the people they were targeting, it's like, weren't even significant threats to their border. So it's like, you almost want to think of it like, if it's a real country, like why would a real country be going to war with like somebody who's not a threat? There's no strategic advantage to it. You just lose a lot of troops. It just doesn't make sense. Thomas said, just relaxing after being out with friends all day, plus being attacked by my little niece who we are babysitting. Nice. Thomas, do you have kids of your own, or is that just like, is your niece like your vicarious kid? And I only say that because before Ben, like, my little nephew was like, one of the reasons I started really loving kids was my nephew. He was just so creative and fun, and like we get in these like games where we're like fighting zombie hordes and using like toy swords and stuff. And there's this like wonderful feeling where you're like Uncle Josh, and like when I come into the room, like he's just stoked to see me and stuff. It's just really like, I think prior to that, kids kind of freak me out a little bit. And I don't mean that in a negative. It's just like, I didn't have a lot of experience with like younger kids. And I think the reason I was kind of freaked out by younger kids was like, I think I was secretly kind of afraid that they just wouldn't like me or something, or that I wouldn't relate to them. But then like having a nephew like really opened my mind and heart to like how fun it could be to have a kid, because it was just such a blast. Like it made going places like 10 times more fun than like if I went to a theme park, it was kind of fun, like went with Maya or something. But like when we went with my nephew, it was like the coolest experience in the world, because you're not only experiencing it yourself, but you're also experiencing it through their eyes. And it's just like this really cool thing. So when I say vicariously, I don't mean to belittle the experience of being an uncle or an aunt, because like honestly, aunts and uncles are like the lifeblood of how parents survive too. like Benji's got some really cool aunts and uncles, and they're a huge part of his life. Thomas said, no kids. She's just my wife's great niece, plus her 2 brothers as well. Wow. Whew. But it's good you guys babysat. That's good. That's hooking up some people. He said, use my great nephew as an excuse to visit Legoland. And isn't it, I don't know, I have to say, if you went to Legoland on your own, it'd be fun. But when you go to a place like that with a kid, it's like the coolest thing in the world, because you get to experience it both through your eyes, and you also get to see it through theirs. And seeing it through their eyes, it's almost like as close as you can get to kind of being a kid again, because you get to remember like, oh yeah, when I was a kid, that was like really cool, like it's just neat. And it's still cool, but it's like being able to kind of remind you like, oh yeah, those things are still cool, anyhow, yeah, it's my little meandering about having nieces and nephews, and definitely it's like tenfold with your own kid, but it's like either way, it's like it's a cool experience is what I'm saying. Yeah, Thomas said less weird looks as well. Yeah, for sure, right? Like if you're the 40-year-old at Disneyland, people might might not look at you as strangely as if you're the 40-year-old at Disneyland with like a kid, and then people are like, oh, okay, it makes sense. Although honestly, I'm not judging a 40-year-old who just goes to Disneyland, because Disneyland's fun, and people who hate on that kind of thing, whatever. Disneyland's fun. Legoland's fun. I hope when you were at Legoland, Thomas, you picked up a keychain. Can't say much more about it other than that on stream. Let's see here. Or a magnet or a lapel pin. I hope you picked those up while you were at Disneyland. Or not Disneyland, Legoland. I just realized this is like way off the screen. Can you guys see that better now? Or is that like frozen? No. Okay, cool. We're getting there, guys. I forgot my tactic, though. I got so in the zone that I managed to kind of go ahead and shade Robert as well. That's okay. I was supposed to be just doing the background. But you know what? We're making good progress, so maybe we just shade everything. I want this to get a little lighter, actually, as it gets toward the corner. I want to establish this as like almost a shadow behind Robert, just a little bit. Nice. Thomas said no keychain, but some magnets and a mug with my name. Cool. Were they enamel magnets? Just kind of curious. Because I may or may not have done art for some of those things, is all I'm hinting at. Through like my J job. Just saying that might be a possibility. Okay. So we have, oh my goodness, I just made the same strategic error that I made in Risk. I made a left instead of a right, guys. I accidentally did this on the same layer. It should have been a new layer. I thought it was a new layer, and then I looked and I was doing it on the same layer for Robert, so I have to kind of clean that up. I miscalculated, you guys. Legoland's pretty cool, though. It is neat to see. I always thought that would be a fun job, like being one of those master Lego builders or whatever. He like gets to work on like the cities and stuff for the park. Because to me, that's like the coolest thing there is like all the cities and the you know, people like grown adults who get to play with Legos for a living. I think that's pretty cool. Because, you know, my son's really into Legos, and it is so fun to watch him like build stuff with Legos. But wouldn't it be cool if that was like your day job? I'm sure it's got its downsides, you know. I've actually met people who've done that for a living, worked for Lego. Like they lived in, I can't remember what country it is. I think it's like Norway or Sweden or something. But they actually had to live out of state as like an expat to work there. And it sounded like almost everyone I know who works at jobs, it seems like it would be really fun. And then you talk to them and they're like, yeah, but this sucks. You know, like it's weird, but it's like, but it still to me, even if the job was tough or whatever, it'd still be fun to like, come on, get to build Legos. That'd be fun. Oh, Thomas said it was the 20th anniversary magnet. Was it like, is the 20 outlined in metal? And then I think there's a screen print on it as well. Because if so, I think if you look on the back of your magnet and you see like a little triangle or the letters PD, that was the one I made with my team. But I'm pretty sure we did the 20th anniversary. It depends on which one you got. But I'm pretty sure we did that. let's see here. Yeah, I haven't been to Legoland in forever. It'd be fun to go. It'd be fun to take Ben there. I think he'd have a blast there. The place, though, if we ever go to a theme park again, which is kind of expensive for us to do, but if we do, I think we're probably angling for Universal Studios first because Ben's really into Mario. Like, he loves Mario. And so the fact that they have a Super Mario thing, I think that's probably our first destination if we do a theme park. But he also loves Legos, and Legoland is slightly affordable. Yeah, Thomas said it was metal with the year hanging from the bottom. Yep, that's ours. So I did that. That's kind of a fun thing about the day job. Most of the time, people aren't going to know where I work, but every once in a while, they're on vacation and they bought something unwittingly that they didn't know I made. Yeah, and I remember that 20th logo too. It was pretty well done. The type on the 20 is really neat. Yeah, I think our next destination will be Universal if we do one, just because of the Mario stuff. But Legoland wouldn't be a bad destination either. So I've kind of broken my own little rule and strategy here where I was going to just do the background and then kind of do the background on the next one and then do the foreground figures. Instead, we're just kind of going to finish a panel at a time because the inspiration has struck me and I'm not minding it. I'm kind of enjoying our conversation too. Gaz just said, isn't there some Nintendo place in LA? By the way, hello, Gaz, in LA that just opened. Yeah, that's why I keep saying Universal. It's at Universal Studio. There's like a Super Mario World. And so I think Ben would really dig that because he's all about Mario. If there's a different thing, let me know. But that's part of why I keep saying, like, if we go anywhere, we're probably going to do Universal. And that's not like a long drive for us either, because Studio City is not like crazy far. It's really close to my work, but it's like not very far from where I live. And then Gaz was saying, my bad, I thought it was a separate thing. No, I mean, it makes sense. Like, the only reason I know is because Ben's so into Mario recently that I kind of like read about it because it was like, oh, like we are going to have to make a goal to kind of go there. And it's funny, like, we don't even really have, like, he has an iPad, but he doesn't have like a gaming system. But he just likes Mario. Like, he just likes the character. He's got a bunch of the toys. He watches like YouTube playthroughs of Mario. Like, he's just super into it. He likes the old comic too. I introduced him to like the comic. Like, there's a graphic novel of Mario that I think ran in. It's like a collection of comics that ran, I think, in Nintendo Power when we were kids. And it's got like a storyline of like Koopa kidnapping Princess Peach, and he like raids the mushroom village thing, and it introduces Yoshi. It's like, anyhow, it's this very funny comic, and it's so dated to that time that Koopa even has a rap, a King Koopa rap. And I remember reading it to Ben, and he just like loves it, like loves that comic. And it's actually pretty well done. It's not a badly drawn comic. It's kind of fun. But yeah, Ben is like big on that. Like he loves it. Thomas said, when I got married, her parents gave us a choice: a big wedding or a trip to Walt Disney World in Orlando. Nice. What did you guys pick? I will fully admit to being a person who I hate crowds. So that's the one thing I hate about like an amusement park is like crowds. I get just super uncomfortable in large collections of people. It's something I've always struggled with a little bit at conventions too. And it's one thing that's different because like if I'm boothing at a con, I don't feel that. But if I'm like going to a convention, just attending it, I like palpably feel like anxiety. Just being like crushed like a sardine can in like audiences of people, especially like San Diego Comic-Con. It's just very weird for me. And I get that a little bit at like theme parks too on like really busy days where when it's crowded, I just start feeling like really bad and really uncomfortable. But I will say that aside, I really like Disneyland. I really enjoy Disneyland. I like as an artist, I really appreciate all the thought and consideration that the Imagineers put into every little detail in the park. I really enjoy Disneyland. And I think people who pretend they don't, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would enjoy Disneyland and kind of maybe they got to an age where they're just like, I can't be a kid anymore or something. I don't know. I can get arguments against Disneyland. Like I get it. It's sort of this fake utopia where, you know, everything's kind of glossed over with like cotton candy and stuff. But I love it. I love that it's like a bunch of artists just like threw together this kind of weird land. And I also agree with a lot of the criticisms of Disney himself. Like, I always forget the guy's name, but I think it's Eager or something. Like iWorks. The animator got like really screwed over by Disney. there's a lot of like bad history there, but it's kind of like Stan Lee, where it's like there's a lot of bad history there too. But I still kind of, as much as I don't know if I don't think Stan Lee was like a squeaky clean figure. There's still a part of me that's like acknowledges that like Marvel does owe Stan Lee a little bit of credit for being like this great spokesperson for like he was a good sales guy for comics, you know? And so I like love and hate Stan Lee, and I feel the same way about Disney, where it's like I love and hate Disney. I think Disney was a little insane, but then again, I also think you have to be a little crazy to like be like, I'm going to build this like miniature world that takes over an entire city. You know, it's like you kind of, I don't know if you have fully rational actors doing that kind of thing. And I really enjoy Disneyland. I'm a little obsessed with Mr. Toad as well. So if you guys ever stumble upon like Mr. Toad stuff, let me know, because I like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride and all of that stuff. In fact, I'm going to go grab my statue. I'm about at the point of needing to play another trailer, but I'm going to show off my Mr. Toad statue just to show you what a nerd I am. Hang on, I'll be right back. So I have a lot of Mr. Toad stuff, but this is my favorite one. It's Mr. Toad holding the deed to Toad Hall. I absolutely adore it. My wife and I spent a little too much on this, but we love Mr. Toad. Like that, the Wind in the Willows cartoon too, we're big fans of. It's one of my favorite cartoons. It's my favorite ride at Disneyland. And who doesn't want a little Toad Hall there? So it's a really nice piece. I'm always looking for Toad stuff. I have the Toad Pop, like the Funko Pop and stuff like that. But if you guys ever stumble upon anything Mr. Toad related, send it my way. Like send me a link because I'm always looking for Toad stuff. And I mean, we have like the Haunted Mansion stretch paintings too, like above our television, like framed, where it's like all three of them from the elevator in the Haunted Mansion. So we like Disneyland. We like Disney. I'm not like gung ho and crazy about Disney, but yeah, we like it. Oh, nice. Thomas said into Snoopy, drove all the way to Santa Rosa to visit the Charles Schultz Museum. I still haven't been there, but I'm a big fan of Charles Schultz. I know I'm not alone in this, but I definitely think Schultz was one of the best cartoonists. Hands down. I don't think anyone can take that from him. And I think Peanuts, like, I have some of the old 50s collections of Peanuts, and I feel like it really touches on. It's a very like Peanuts is a very sophisticated comic that's kind of heartbreaking, and it touches on a lot of like you want to think like what was in Sunday comics at the time Peanuts started, and a lot of it was like serialized kind of pulpy stuff, which was kind of fun. Like it's like a doctor that like has these dramas or or just like kind of a fun little rompy thing. And then you have masterful stuff like Crazy Cat, which is also one of the like best things, George Harriman, all of that. You obviously have like Winsor McKay, who's doing stuff that's on a level that like kind of blows anyone out of the water artistically. I don't know about like story wise, but Schultz like brought this like just heart to his stories. Like there's so much vulnerability and honesty in those stories. It's like it's really weird, but like I've reread some of those Peanuts collections and it's actually kind of heartbreaking. Like I know it's weird, but it's like you have this like eternal kind of optimist, like Charlie Brown's like an eternal optimist who's always let down. Like he's always aiming for something high and he never achieves it, and he's always let down. But he still has hope, like for some reason. And like you read it and you're like, why does he have hope? Like why does he keep kicking the football? I know it's weird, but it's like I think there's something profound and amazing about Peanuts. And I know there's a lot of people who like to crap talk Peanuts, but it's like I feel like if you're gonna crap talk like mainstream comics, then maybe go after Garfield. That's a much better territory to hit because that's a very overrated comic that's not that well drawn. And did the same commercialization as Peanuts, but without the heart. Like, I don't know. Again, like, I don't even hate somebody who likes Garfield, but I'm just saying if you're picking a big dog to go after Garfield. I think Schultz was just a different kind of person. And also the way he modified his style as his hand started kind of going out. A lot of people don't realize that either. And so he modified his drawing style. So part of why like Peanuts has that like wobbly line is like, he just got older and his hand was just torched from all this drawing. And so he was like, well, I have like tremors in my hand. So like, I still want to work on this comic. So I have to just change up my style to where it fits this like tremory hand. And he came up with a style that works. But if you want to see Schultz like A Game, Charles Schultz. Check out like 1954 Peanuts. Snoopy looked like a beagle. Like he looked like an actual dog. The style that the kids are drawn in, it's so sophisticated. Like that guy was a heavy hitting cartoonist. And like if you look at like 1950s Peanuts, like there's not a lot of illustrators alive today that can cartoon like that well. So a lot of people like again also might think of Schultz and only think of like the Schultz that blew up and ended up on like Hallmark cards and stuff like that. But prior to that, there's a cartoonist that's like just masterful. And then he kind of grew into a different style that he modified for his hand. And that style I love too. But it's like my favorite era of Schultz is like yeah, back when like man, like old school Snoopy was like if you think Snoopy's cute, check out like 1950s Snoopy. 1950s Snoopy is like I don't know, it's crazy. And I think Seth, the artist that does a lot of stuff for like Drawn and Quarterly and stuff like that now, he did a lot of the covers for the Peanuts collections that were put out by Fantagraphics. And a lot of people might be like, why would you pick Seth for that, right? But then a lot of people don't realize that like Seth pulls a lot of his style and inspiration from 1950s era Schultz, like the cartooning style, the proportions of the characters, the simplicity of the line. Like a lot of that Seth look is actually Schultz. It's really interesting. Why am I rambling about Schultz? I'm defending Schultz because I've heard people who hate Schultz and I don't get it. I will admit I'm a ham when it comes to that. I even like the Christmas special and like the Halloween one. I like all of it. Gary said, I don't think there'd be a Calvin and Hobbes without Peanuts. I don't think there would be many of the best comics today. I agree. Even Chris Ware talks about like even his main inspiration for Jimmy Corrigan was Charlie Brown, the character. He just found something really sad and tragic about that character, which I think most of us do. There's something to resonate with there. Thomas said, I was such a fan growing up. About 30 years ago, I tried to make my own strip. Wow, I didn't know it was so much work to do a daily comic. Yeah, daily strips. That's another thing you got to give Schultz credit for. I don't think he had ghost artists on the main strip. I think he continued the strip till his last day. And that's kind of amazing too. And from what I have heard, he sounds like he was a pretty like moral guy. I don't know if there was any like kind of Stan Lee type stuff that came out about him later on where people are like, actually, he was kind of a monster. He like screwed over everyone around him. Like, there's none of that about him that I've ever heard really come up. Maybe I'm just blind to it, but he sounds like he was like an incredible guy as well. And I knew a guy in the National Cartoonist Society who was a younger like strip artist, and it turns out like he was fortunate enough to be able to visit Schultz when Schultz was still alive, which is like, wow, what a cool honor, right? He got to like hang out in his studio and all sorts of stuff. And he said that when he was visiting Schultz, Schultz actually had his strip, not Schultz's strip, but this guy's strip, like up by his drawing desk, because he was like paying attention to like what the indie guys were doing. And it was just like, what a cool, I'm just saying, he sounds like he was a really good guy. I'm very supportive of other artists. That's all. Gaz said, I did a daily strip in a local paper. Well, 5 days a week for a few years. It was rough. I never got comfortable with it. Yeah. I knew a guy, there's a guy I knew in Portland named Jesse Recklaw who was doing alternative weekly strips. He did like a comic called, I think it was put out as a collection called Slow Wave. And what he would do, he used to have a website where people could, it was actually a really cool concept for like a daily, weekly kind of strip. He would ask people to submit their dreams just submit like their dreams, and then he would do a 4-panel strip based on their dreams, which led to like these just beautifully surreal comics, you know, because it's like all these people's weird dreams just boiled into like a 4-panel strip. It was a really good idea. But yeah, I mean, that guy like bent over backwards to like just hitting those deadlines, because I think he ran it for like maybe 8 years or something. And he always seemed exhausted. Like I seem exhausted because I'm art directing by day. And then I'm like plugging away at these graphic novels, but like the output required for like a daily or even weekly strip is like pretty insane. And actually, I don't know if I've mentioned Jesse on here, but he's one of the people who changed my opinion of hand lettering. Prior to meeting him, I was working on Jacob's apartment back when I met him, and most of Jacob's apartment interiors were, digitally done text. And I remember him asking me why I didn't do my text traditionally. And I was like, well, I'm just not that good of a letterer. And he was like, no, dude, like, just use a font. And he did this for Slow Wave. He was like, dude, use a font as your base and then just like trace over your font. And then you have this like beautiful looking hand lettering, and it'll match the line style of your art on, and it blends better. Whereas if you just slap digital on there, it doesn't really like, it just looks a little off. Like it doesn't match. Like if the line qualities aren't matching, it's like somebody will look at it, whether they're conscious of it or not, they're going to subconsciously think, something's digital here and something's traditional, and it's a weird blend. And I considered what he was saying, and I tried it out, and I was like, holy crap, this actually is true. Like if I kind of hand letter my type next to hand lettered art, it just fuses it all. And so like I changed my opinion of type based on Jesse, actually. I don't know if I've ever told that story on stream before. He's an interesting guy. Definitely lost touch with him after Portland, but he used to have these get-togethers at his house, and we'd go there and like do drawing nights or something like that. That's actually where I met Theo, who gave me a quote for the book. Theo Ellsworth, who's a brilliant cartoonist. And I honestly hadn't talked to him in so long. I thought like Theo probably won't even remember me. But when I sent out my queries, like seeing if I could get quotes, he was one of the few cartoonists, of note that responded to me and was willing to give me a quote and remembered me, which was kind of nice. But yeah, that was like the Portland crew. That was a different era in Portland too, because I have a couple of friends who are still cartoonists that live up there, and they said it's changed a lot. Like there's not like as vibrant of a cartooning scene up there. Most of the people I used to hang out with there that were like notable Portland cartoonists are like have moved to like different parts of the country. Because I think a lot of them had the same vibe I did, where they're just like, screw this place. Like these people suck. like the weather sucks. People are kind of pretentious. I don't know. Okay, guys, I'm going to play another trailer, and then we're going to finish this last panel. And then I think I'll do a nightcap game of Risk. Gary said, I have a collection called In Your Dreams, but I think it's a different thing than what you're describing. These were full floppies. I don't think that is. And he said, but that was the same concept. People would submit dreams and they'd illustrate them and analyze them. Yeah. Slow Wave is collected. It was put out by Dark Horse, and the artist is named Jesse Recklaw. I don't know if it's still in print though. Let me look on Amazon. I know Jesse later kind of, I think, had some mental health crises and published a journal from his like breakdown that I think was up for a lot of awards and put out by Fantagraphics. And I was kind of sorry to hear that happened to him, but the book looks amazing and I still haven't picked it up. I should probably look it up. Right now I'm looking to see if we have Jesse Recklaw Slow Wave. Oh, okay. It is called The Night of Your Life, a Slow Wave Production by Jesse Recklaw. If you guys are curious to kind of check it out. Here, let me and I think it's still available. Oh man, never mind. Because it looks like there's only one listed on Amazon and it's like $30, so it might be out of print. But I'll go ahead and I'm gonna drag the cover so you guys can kind of see it. So that's what the cover looks like. Can you guys see that? Is this even on screen? I don't know. I think you guys can see that. So that's the cover. That's what it looks like. Yeah, so The Night of Your Life, Jesse Recklaw, and then the other book he did that's like this crazy artsy book. I don't know if he's still making comics either, because I know he had some mental health struggles. A lot of people in Oregon had mental health struggles. Jesse Recklaw did put out a book called Dream Tunes, so that might be what you're talking about. It looks like there's another one. And then he had this other one called Love, LOVF, an illustrated vision quest of a man losing his mind, a diary of a man literally losing his mind. And that was released by Fantagraphics in 2016. And that looks amazing. But Jesse's crazy. He's amazing. Yeah. So anyhow, that was Jesse. But so I'm gonna put on a trailer. But they were interesting, and I will say they were. There's a bit of a like hipster artsy crowd with like a little bit of pretension in that crew, but at the same time, Jesse was kind enough to where when we were new in town, like he welcomed us with open arms to like come over, hang out, jam, work on comics together. I had a really good experience with him. And similarly, like of that group, I would say, I just, I don't know. I have good memories of that time. Gary said, okay, dude, I'm calling it a night. Catch you tomorrow, probably. I probably will catch you tomorrow. And I disagree, Gary. I disagree with everything. All right. Have a good night, guys. I'm going to put on the trailer for, let's see what we should put on the trailer for. I think we'll put on the trailer for 2 stories, and then I'm going to get back to shading this last panel. And I hope as I'm talking, you guys are having a productive time as well. And I don't know, Gaz, if you're here when I get back, I am kind of curious to just chat or at least tell people about your video of climbing the mountain, which I hadn't seen before the last time you were on, which was really amazing and kind of profound and kind of funny and just all sorts of greatness. And I've been really enjoying your posts, so I kind of want to talk about those when I get back. But okay, here's the trailer for 2 stories. I'll be back. All right, guys, we're back. I'm working on page 68 of Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, a graphic novel, a historical fiction graphic novel I'm doing for Turner Publishing, written by Lavender Vroman. It talks about the Brownings, Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning, and Elizabeth's slow interest in spiritualism and seances and the interesting kind of creepy, mysterious stories behind that, which is really fun. I'm 68 pages in, and I have a long way to go till the end. But I'm plugging away and really trying to get these done. Gary just dodged out to go to sleep, and he got in the last disagree. He wins our battle. You win, Gary. You win. You got the last word. You win. So I don't know if you guys have been following our streams today, but Gary started his live stream, and I was kind of trolling a little bit in the chats because Corey Kerr was saying, oh, Gaz was saying, did you want me to hop in for a minute? If you want, man, that'd be cool. It'd be fun to have company while I work on this last panel. I'll send you an invite in case, but no pressure. Okay, well, let's see here, and then let's find. I'll send it on Facebook Messenger. Oh, and then Gaz, I didn't even see the message where you were asking about my friend, so I'll tell you my friend and all that stuff when you're on. I don't think they'd mind sharing. It's a guy I knew in art school. And then and Gaz says sure, so I'm gonna put on my headphones so that I can actually hear him when he's on. So anyhow, so to catch you guys up on Gary and I's disagreement battle, the disagreement battle of Saturday, March 4th, that will go live in infamy in all of streaming history. Gaz does his stream. He has Corey Kerr on, and Corey was talking about not liking, like, Corey's not super comfortable with like public disagreement. Like, he doesn't like debating. He likes sharing viewpoints and stuff like that, but he's not much of a debater. And we all know that about Corey, and we all like that. And I've had some really deep discussions. That doesn't mean Corey dodges out of conversations. He doesn't. He's really an intellectually intelligent guy. He'll get into it if he needs to, but it's just not his favorite thing. And Gary was kind of suggesting, well, I kind of like getting into it. And I started just saying, I disagree to like everything like in the chats. And so like Dee Dee was in the chat and she would say something nice. And I'd be like, Dee Dee, I disagree. And like everyone who was in the chats. I think Gaz might appreciate this story, actually. Gaz, if you're ready to go, just give me a thumbs up. All right. Oh, is that a no? Okay, I think that's a no because you were saying no. Just a thumbs up when you're ready. I have no idea. Oh, okay, cool.
I was having trouble muting the audio, and I didn't want to have a problem.
Okay, so I was reading that right. Okay,
you were dead on, brother.
All right, so I don't know how much you heard of me recapping the disagreement battle. Yeah. Okay, so to kind of cap that story off, I was kind of trolling in the chats, just disagreeing with everyone about everything, just saying I disagree. And then I'd even agree with Gary and being like, but I disagree with everything else. Like, and then that kind of carried over to my stream because I started streaming and Gary would just show up and be like, I disagree. And so we've been doing that to each other all day. And so that is, but Gary won our disagreement war. It is settled. He is the winner because he did the last disagree. I cannot disagree with a sleeping person.
But couldn't you leave a comment or audio clip that will live on throughout the evening, and then when he awakens, it'll still be there?
I think in case Gary catches up on this, I'm just going to leave Gary a message real quick before we start talking, Gaz.
That's the important thing.
So Gary, Gaz has come on to tell you he disagrees. And I disagree, and we all disagree. And good morning.
I disagree with what you're saying, Josh.
And I disagree with you, Gaz. Disagreement lives on, Gary. This battle will not die. Okay, so I love that you're posting again. It's really fun. It's really fun to see the updates, and I just thought the video you did with where you kind of climbed a mountain. I don't know how much you want to describe of it yourself, but I thought it was really profound and kind of cool. And meaningful and very vulnerable. And like, as a person who did a book like Two Stories, I'm like, all right, credit to that, you know? So yeah, anyhow, I really enjoyed it, and I thought the observations were really cool and stuff like that. So yeah, keep them rocking.
I mean, thank you. Yeah, as I said in the video, I struggled a lot with like posting it because I have a lot of stuff online. I'm pretty public and I'm pretty honest. Like this isn't like a persona I put on, but there's certain things that I would keep to myself, and a lot of it is like emotional problems and insecurities and things that I would allude to. But then things got rough, and I kind of disappeared. Not my art, but my persona, my personality disappeared, and I kept doing videos, and like I have like 5 or 6 videos that I just never posted of like me at a convention or me doing this or whatever, and like they all just felt like weird and like just I don't know. And so I hadn't planned on making a video that was that like I don't know, raw. That sounds so dramatic, but like and I was just like, it was just another one of those videos where like, let me see if I could try to make a video. I'm gonna climb this mountain I've been wanting to climb. And for those that haven't seen it, which is everybody except for Josh, it was like,
well, you guys, like, if you're watching this right now, like, it would be a good time to like pause and check out that video because it is really cool.
Yeah, but the first, I don't know, maybe it's like a 15, 20, I don't know, let's say it's a 20-minute video. The first 5-10 minutes is just me climbing the mountain. And it's a small mountain, to be clear. I'm not like mountain climbing, I'm just hiking. But it's, and I'm
bring it up though. It was like Everest. Like it was, this was tackling, I mean, yeah. He had at some point to like meet what are they called? The people
Sherpa?
Yeah, you had to get a Sherpa and like.
I had a mule, but halfway through the mule died of exhaustion, and
no, but a friend who got trapped in one of the rocks, and like they had to like sever off his arm. But
it turns out that friend was just a hallucination of mine because I was so dehydrated.
Yeah,
no, it was just a mildly challenging hike, but for me, it was like a challenge, But yeah, at some point, I just started. I don't know. I just started making like observations and comparisons to like, climbing a mountain versus trying to have an art career and things like that. And I was really fighting against it. I'm like, I'm just trying to have a hike here, but I'm like, these thoughts, like these art thoughts make sense. And then I was just like, okay, here's what's going on with me, everybody. And I'm a mess and things are getting better, but I've been kind of absent for a while and I'm a failure and a fraud and, imposter syndrome, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I also, when I first put it up, I disabled comments because I've had almost 100% positive interactions on all social media for my art and for my Power Ranger stuff. There's a few odd, weird comments everybody gets, but like all positive. But I had this weird feeling of like,
you're like, Josh is going to comment on this that he disagrees. Like, I just know it.
Well, I just was like, this is the one that like if people decided to be like nasty, this would be the one, and this would be the one where it would bother me the most, and I'm like, and it was just like, am I just being like, some whiny little baby, and so I turned them off, and eventually I turned them back on because I got a couple private messages and I was getting thumbs up, and I was like, okay, but I also didn't. Usually I'll post like, hey, I have a new video up or whatever on like various social media, and I never like advertise that. I just put it up thinking that the people that already kind of know me and follow me would see it and they would be more charitable, and so if other people happen to find it, fine. But like, I didn't want random people that had no idea who I was to like find this as like my first video, but yeah, it's, and then from there I just started to like put videos up again, and it I felt like, like, and the videos I've been putting up since aren't all, I mean, the one after that, I kind of talked about some personal stuff again too, but it didn't become the, hey, this is the emotional trauma show or something. It was just like
every video he changes the location he's scaling. So like the second one is like the Empire State Building,
right?
The
third one I'm just standing on a scale.
Architecture to being the architect of a comic. It just continues. No, but like it's a good video, and it's fun to see you back. And I actually related a lot with it, not just because of my own struggles or whatever, but just you do kind of touch on the balance between kind of being a parent and like some of the navigation you have to do with like dreams and also just the time cost, like where it's like it's the best time you're going to spend in your life, but it's like it is really hard to adjust to. And I think
Oh,
I've
yeah.
told you this, but it's like the first 3 years of my kid's life, I just kind of did my day job and then existed, and that was it. Like
Right.
it was just kind of keeping that
Well,
being alive, and then again, like 3 years into it, being like, wait a minute, who am I? Like, where's my identity?
that
Like, why am I
timing
not working on
tracks.
comics?
That timing tracks because my daughter is 3 years, 5 months. And
Yeah.
the last couple months is when I started feeling a little bit more okay.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what you're saying. Like, I feel like in the very beginning, it was just horrible chaos,
Yeah.
and then it sort of settles down and you think everything's back to normal, but it's not,
Yeah,
and then it probably got to the point where I could be doing more, but I wasn't because and then, like sometime between 3 and now, it's been like a steady increase of like
Yeah.
mental health and productivity. And like, I'm still not doing what I was doing before I had a kid, but like, it's all, if not out of the tunnel, light at the end of the tunnel, it's all
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Well, and it's interesting too, because like I loved watching it because I remember along with that there was like this long assessment where I was like, man, I always thought I had no time, and I was like, I had so much time. Like, what the hell was I doing? There's a little bit of that too, because you really have to, like, with a kid, it's like you have no option but to like balance your time. Like you really do not have all the time. Like,
right. Yeah. It used to be, oh, I watch too much TV, which meant you watch TV all day.
yes.
Now it's like, I watch too much TV, which means you watched one show.
Yeah, exactly. Like for me, I feel like I'm being slightly irresponsible by like playing a like 1 hour game of Risk here or there. Like
Right.
that feels like this really dangerous activity, because it's like, man, that's some time,
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is interesting. It was just interesting to hear and kind of like, again, like, I don't know. I think vulnerability weirdly kind of rewards itself in the end, as long as you're not like, just straight up, just like fully falling apart, in front of
Right.
like,
Well, and that's,
in that case,
not-
that's, but I feel like the way you went about it is like really brave, and also
that's a ridiculous word to use about that video.
I thought it was,
No, you're being kind, but especially, like, if I think I was able to do it because, like I said, I'm kind of coming out of it. I'm talking about things that were in the past or that are getting better. If I had tried to make a video, a year and a half ago, it would have just been like, I don't know what it would have been. It would have just been like, I don't know. I don't know, everybody. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, I totally get that. Yeah, because I've definitely had times where I've been vulnerable, but I even have limits on that, and I've like written a whole book that's like super vulnerable, but it's like,
right.
I still have limits on that too, and that book's a lot easier right after the fact rather than in it, like,
yeah.
in it, like, I don't even know if I'd have the presence of mind to like there's some humor in my books when they're like super vulnerable, and that humor would be just completely gone from it. Like, I don't think I would have any humor, like,
because in retrospect, you want to tell the story, but make it a little bit more palatable, kind of, to the reader, I guess. So
or you have enough distance to where you're like able to kind of see it a little bit better. But like, if you're like in the thick of it, it's really hard to kind of make anything compelling or any content out of it, because it's like, like, you don't want to. It is a fine balance, right? Because none of us like nobody likes desperation.
Right.
And yet we've all been in a moment of desperation. And so it's like this weird thing, but like, still, I don't know if it's like the way we evolved or whatever, where if you sense it, you're just like, oh man, I got to distance myself. It's like, it's just this weird thing about people. And I think we all have it, even the best of us, where it's like, to consciously even fight that is hard. But also, I think we all, because we all have struggles and stuff like that, like, we do like hearing people like open up and be honest about like where they're at and like what they've been through and stuff like that. It's just like,
what it is? I think, and I'm oversimplifying, but I think it's the difference between, and I'm not comparing my struggles to that of an alcoholic, but like hearing somebody talk about their problems in like an AA meeting or in a book about how they got sober, that you kind of want to hear.
Yeah.
What we don't want to hear is when they're still drinking, like their excuses for why they're doing the bad things they're doing, and like how like nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah,
you want to
when
hear
they're
when
like,
they're
man, you know, I swear I'm gonna go to AA, and you're like, dude, I've heard this podcast.
Right. Yeah,
I'm
and so,
just
right. So
saying, if
you
it were
want
a podcast, you know, it's like I've heard this a million times. Come on, dude. You know.
yeah, and so I think that's what it is. Like it's not that we don't want to hear struggles, but we want to hear progress. We want to hear that you can get out of it, because A, it gives hope to those of us that are having the struggles, and B, it's I don't know, it's more sympathetic, more forgivable, more whatever to see someone who either has succeeded or who is trying to succeed in conquering these things, as opposed to still being in the middle of it.
Yeah, you want to know people. You want to see people that are in the fight. Like nobody wants to see somebody who's defeated and just that's it. You know.
Yeah. Well, and
it's like so. Yeah.
And that's
but it's hard because I like, you know, I'll be fully open about, like, I've definitely had times in my life where I've been like completely defeated. You know, so it's
right.
It's an interesting thing. You know.
And I get and that's, it's not that there's anything wrong with that, and but it other than like your close friends and family. Yes. Other people might not want to be involved in that, you know.
100%. Yeah. That's where I, even as like the really open, like autobio guy, I'm gonna draw a bit of a line, you know. Like,
yeah.
So again, like I'm a pretty open book, but I still, you know, hold my cards close. And I do know, like, you know, I was saying it was brave, not in like brave, like facing a dragon or something, but like it was.
I mean, no, I would face a dragon.
It is tough to be. It is tough to be vulnerable about certain things. And I appreciate that you did it. And I think it'll be valuable for other artists, because I think other artists are definitely, you know, and I also like the video because it does have a lot of Gaz humor, which is good. So like Gaz is aware that like the analogy of climbing a mountain to an art career while climbing a mountain is a little corny. And he makes reference to that throughout the video. Like,
I was like, I mean, I'm laughing, but I was like borderline mad at myself while I was doing it. Like, what's wrong? You're such a cliche. Like,
it is tough though, like, because there, you know, I mean, people say this a lot, but there's truth to it. Where it's like sometimes there's truth to a cliche, though. You know, it's like I've definitely had moments like that in life where it's like you're doing something really cliche comes up, but it is kind of profound, and like you're like, this is weird. It shouldn't be profound, but darn it, it is, and I guess that's why this exists. You know?
Yeah.
But it's like it's a moving video, and again, like it's also just encouraging as somebody who likes your work, and you know, I feel like we run in the same comic circles and stuff, and it's like I'm glad to hear talk of the Horror A4 again. You know, I don't know. I'm glad to hear.
I'm working on it right now.
I love it.
I'm trying to finish a panel just like you.
And I like the I also just selfishly want to see the Horror A4 go a little further, because I'm like, I remember you gave a sneak bit about some of the story arc where I was like, okay, it went from like a mecha story to like this, which is fun. Like it's like a, you know, fighting kaiju and stuff like that, and that's really fun and cool. But you kind of took it to a different level with the beat in the story, and I'm kind of excited about seeing
the beat that you're thank you for that lovely compliment. And the beat that you're referring to actually comes at the end of this issue. So when this is done and out, that's when that beat comes out, because I didn't want it to be like M. Night Shyamalan, like the end of the story twist. It's something that happens in the middle. And that is when this so. Which, like I said, I think I said it in one of my videos recently. Like my pledge to myself or whoever is that this issue will be out, or at least Kickstarter will be up or whatever by the end of this year. Which seems like a very long lead time, but I need it. And if it's not, then I quit. I'm not doing it, which I do not want to do, and will depress the hell out of me, and I will feel like a horrible failure. But at some point, I need to put pressure on myself or call it quits, because it's been years since the last issue came out. So if I can't get it done in a year, then I should just shut up and stop. You know, like, so that's what I'm doing.
I like it as an incentive, and I feel like if you come like a day away from a year, you should give yourself a pass. But don't tell yourself that now.
I mean, I will. If it's like I'm making really good progress, but I'm just a little bit slow getting the last 2 or 3 pages done.
Yeah,
sure. But I don't want to give myself that out of like, well, if I'm mostly done, but like
Yeah.
I have to be really like finish line is in sight. Otherwise, you know, and I want to have it done well before then.
Yeah.
But that's but so
So I
that, yeah,
like it.
that's
Almost treat it like the 100 days where you're just gonna hold yourself to this standard, and then that's gonna drive the progress. You know, I think.
yeah, because I have the deadline of having a busier life and having a child and not having all the free time in the world to work on stuff. But that's sort of a more of a nebulous deadline of like, it's hard to find time to work on things. But I do find that I as much as an artist, we don't like deadlines. Like I work better under a deadline.
Yeah,
You know,
100%.
if I'm hired and someone says you have to have it Thursday, you have to have it in 2 months, I'll meet that deadline. I might be we wish I could redraw it one more time, or wish I had more time to tweak things or whatever, or like
You'll make it happen.
But I will make it happen. And so that's kind of the thing with this comic too, because the only client is me. And so I redraw things 100,000 times because I can. So I'm trying to force myself to not, you know?
Yeah. No, that's a really good tip actually, because it's like you almost like you really have to be your own client, and in a weird way, your own client is going to have a deadline, so you need a deadline too.
Yeah.
And that deadline will drive you. And similarly, incentives, like whether they're negative or positive, you need that too. Like you need incentives. Like for me, the incentive to finish this panel is so I can play a game of Risk.
Absolutely.
As nerdy as that is. Because I'm like obsessed with Risk lately. I don't know why.
I know. I saw a lot of live streams popping up, but it was doing Risk, and I was like, I had nothing against Risk.
Like, Josh, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not really.
What are you doing, man?
Do you worry about that, like messing up the algorithm with like your followers of art? No, because you don't care.
So I was thinking about it, and it's like there's part of me that doesn't care. A lot of my channel is kind of crafted around weird interests of mine. Like I talk a lot about music on my channel. I've shown like stuff of like it's like my albums and stuff, and it's like that doesn't really serve my illustration career.
It doesn't, but that's still you being creative and artistic.
Yeah, but then I was thinking about it. Like I did think about this with Risk, and then I was like, well, I'm playing this anyway. And there's this content drought that happens whenever I'm working on parts of the process that I can't do on stream. Like I'm really crappy at certain things. Like I can't draw well when people are looking over my shoulder. It just makes me, it makes me super nervous and super tense. And the last thing I need to be when I'm drawing is tense. Like it just creates shitty
I think that's true of a lot of artists. That's why you see a lot of inking and coloring.
Yeah. So I always save like my inks and colors for streams, you know, mostly. And then occasionally I'll draw, but it's like I need to be doing something where I feel so good being loose, like life drawing. I can do that. I could do that on stream any day of the week. Like you and I could go to like a mall and start drawing people, and I wouldn't mind being recorded because I'm so comfortable doing that, you know. But like everything else where it's like heavy thought and just tons of time and lots of revision and lots of like banging my head in a wall, it's like I don't want to stream during that.
Right.
So I was realizing like, but I do play these stupid games of Risk every once in a while. I actually watch streams of Risk sometimes, or I'll have them in background because it's an interest of mine.
That makes sense. I mean, it's like listening to a podcast or something.
Yeah. And then I was also realizing like, well, there is a contingent of my audience that just likes kind of seeing what I'm up to and hearing what I'm up to. And like, it gives them extra content.
And if you find that people are watching it, that works. Cause I mean, like for a while I was putting my Power Ranger stuff on my art channel.
Yeah. I'm curious. I was going to ask you about that. Cause that kind of ties into this. So,
well, and it was such a weird evolution because I was doing the art stuff, you know, and once in a while I throw up a video about music or something else, but it was, you know, art or vlog. And, I was doing, what was I doing? Oh, I started doing Twitch, and I was doing art on Twitch. I was calling it Twitch Request Live, TRL, like that old MTV show.
Nice.
And I would just do a live thing every Friday or whatever for an hour or two. And I would just take requests and just quickly draw stuff, you know, in like 15 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. And it was kind of fun, but I found after a while of doing it that it was like the same 10 people or whatever, like friends of mine, and straight like Ox was on there all the time, you know, which is nice, but it would be drawing kind of the same people over and over again. And then anybody it didn't get views when it wasn't live. Like when it was live, whoever watched it, that was it. And so it was some of my lowest, like if my average videos were getting 50 or 100 or 200 views, these are getting like 12 or 20, like whoever watched it that day. And that was it forever. And I was like, this is terrible. This is not, because it wasn't me really producing any work. It was sort of just like goofing around and nobody was watching it. So then I got the idea, my co-host Alex from the Power Rangers show, we started talking about doing like, hey, let's just talk online about the new episodes. And I do a lot of Power Rangers art. And I'm like, oh, I could like stream art that I've already done, have like the work in progress playing while we talk. And so then it was this hybrid show. So it kind of made sense to still be on the same channel. But over time, I stopped really posting about art because of a lot of things we were just talking about. But I kept doing Power Rangers because it was a way to keep in touch with my buddy, because I don't live near him anymore. So it's our way to socialize and stuff.
Yeah. And you guys would probably be talking about it anyway, right?
Yes.
And it gives you kind of an excuse to do that. Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
But I did find that everybody who was interested in my art stuff, occasionally somebody would be like, oh, Power Rangers neat, but they didn't really care because it's a specific interest that they didn't share. And then a lot of my Power Rangers followers, if I did some Power Rangers art, they may go like, cool, but they didn't care about any of my other stuff. Like, and I'm not faulting either group for that.
No, it's just their interests.
Yeah. And so I was like, I'm just going to split it. So I still have a lot of Power Rangers content on my Gazbot channel because they're, have lots of views and they're interesting videos, but I link to them to the new Action Activate channel. And I feel like I'm glad I split it, but I wish I split it earlier. I wish I split it right at the beginning.
Nice.
But you throwing up a couple Risk videos here and there, I don't think is the same thing. Now, if you start putting up a new Risk video once or twice a week, every week, and you start talking about strategy all the time, if I were you, I would consider making a secondary channel. That's just me.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but like the weird thing is I might keep it the same. And here's another reason why.
Yeah.
I get okay sales from the audience that I have now.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that's a core audience that doesn't even watch my YouTube stream. That's like followed me since like Numb and since like Threadless and stuff like that. Right. So like a lot of my buying public is not my YouTube audience.
I'm with you. I'm with
you. Yeah. And I love, and by the way, I want to be clear. I love my YouTube community. I love it. And I feel like live streams have been really working for me. And
you have a community. Like if nothing else, it encourages you to sit down at the table and get work done because you can hang out.
Yeah. And I love it. So I don't want that to change, but I don't feel like it hurts. Like if I'm making content that like pulls in people who like Risk, some people who like Risk might actually buy stuff.
Right.
And they might actually be more prone to buy my books than people who do art. Like weirdly enough.
Right.
No,
that's a really good point.
Yeah. So it's, I don't see a loss in it. And aside from the fact that I really am not good at social media in general. So to me like blending it and that's just kind of inevitably what I will do. Like I'm going to make albums that I put stuff up on here about that have nothing to do with my drawings.
Right.
I'm going to be doing just all sorts of weird stuff. I do feel like if I were doing a show that was specific, like let's say, Gary seems really interested in Risk too, right? So if Gary and I decided, hey, we're going to have Risk specific conversations in like a podcast type format, I think then splitting it off is a really smart idea. I think what you did is really smart. I think I could probably have success with the Risk channel if I just did it as a specific Risk channel. And I was like, look, here's my challenge. I'm a master right now. I want to become a grandmaster and you're going to watch games with me and help me get there.
Oh, I could absolutely see people being interested in that for sure. Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to be like a big Risk streamer. I just want to Risk and make comics. So I don't know. That could be maybe just being stubborn and just like shooting myself in the potential. Or
I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about either. I've been on social media and YouTube for years, and I don't have any kind of following. So like, what do I know? But you bring up a really good point because I do think about like, oh, I wish my channel would grow and like more people like, and not heavily because like again, if I did, I'd be working the algorithm and doing all this stuff that I'm not doing. I'm just doing what I want to do.
Yeah,
but. I don't do my main, other than shows and client work, my main revenue is from print sales on Etsy. And I sell a certain amount per month. And it's not, a huge amount, but every month it's like a consistent sort of semi-passive revenue stream.
Yeah.
99% of those sales are for people who have no idea who I am. They don't follow me on any social media that I'm aware of. I don't recognize their names. They're not like, they're just people that found it online or found it on Etsy and said, hey, cool, Godzilla. Hey, cool, Power Rangers.
Yeah.
I bought it. So this goes back to like, yeah, I have 1,500 followers or whatever on YouTube. And maybe a couple of them, when I put out a comic, will buy it. But like most of my sales are to people that don't follow me on any social media. So your point is very well made right there.
But that's also not to like, because I have some like hardcore supporters here too that like will pretty much buy anything that I have coming out, and I really appreciate those people. But like really, you know, even Artcasters, it's like Artcasters really the main reason we've stayed consistent with the Artcasters is kind of like your friend and you and oh man, I kind of overdid this. I thought that was on a different layer. Okay. That's still workable.
Unlimited undos, unlimited undos.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I like one of the things I love about like if this was a mistake I made on 2 stories, I'd be like crying or just getting out the whiteout pen and hoping that the ink will dry okay on it. So part of why we do Artcasters, kind of like you guys doing Power Rangers, where it's like I'm actually just really good friends with Scott and Corey at this point, and so like we it's fun, but I don't think any of us are doing it like massively for views at this point. I think we're doing it because we genuinely like talking to each other, and then it gives us an excuse to talk to other artists every week, and it's sort of built out this little fun community from it, you know, that I like.
Sort of semi simulates the art studio bullpen sort of atmosphere that we all kind of wish we had, or many of us, I should say, not all. But.
Oh, for sure, yeah, and like it's genuine friends now. Like where like if anytime I have the excuse to go up to like Idaho or Arizona, I'm gonna be like visiting Scott and Corey. You know, like if they're ever in California, like we're meeting for lunch and stuff. Like if we were neighbors, we'd like literally probably have like weekly, you know, game nights or something. Like, so it's like it's a really fun way for all of us to kind of touch base and stuff like that. And then it has the side benefit of like doing a little bit of self-promotion, but it's like at most it's just we keep it going because we just like hanging out, you know. And I feel like that can be really cool, but it'll be interesting. I'm going to be curious. So far, my Risk streams have gotten okay views compared to my regular streams, which is like more really weird to me.
More or
some more and some like the same. So it'll be interesting to see if that like declines or if that like increases in views, because so far it's like pretty strong, and I'm like a little surprised by that for like how often I stream. You know,
do you play the previews for your comics and stuff on your Risk streams?
Yes. If I'm taking a break, I'm trying to remember to do that. I think the first Risk stream I kind of put on like I don't know why I put on like a hold screen or something on OBS, and then I was like, wait a minute, I have this whole trailer system that I should be using.
No, and that I got to tell you, that's a great system. I don't do a lot of live streams, but I might steal that whole concept, because and the more we talk, the more I'm like, yeah, like the non-art followers are the best, because it's artists that follow us and then we follow. It's like, it's great. It's like this club, but it's very incestuous and it's very like passing the same dollar around, you know, the convention to each other. But like, if I put, because I haven't really pushed my art on my Power Rangers show much lately. But if I started putting in like a little commercial for my art at the end or in the middle or something, like, if like 1% or 10% of those people bought some stuff once in a while, that would be more than I get from my art channel, because they're, like you said, most of them aren't artists. So it's more interesting to them to maybe buy a piece of art from me, as opposed to all my artist friends that are, you know, like have their own art and yeah. So
and don't get me wrong, like it's good to have that artist base, because that's almost like your base camp. Like,
no, it absolutely
is. Going to carry you when you're down. Like, those are the people who are going to like inspire you when you're uninspired, and they're the people who will support your indie stuff, like probably more than anyone else.
Yeah,
but if we can expand it to anyone else as well, Like
Yeah.
I think that's where the game really changes, because it's like at the end of the day, like half the lines at these Comic Cons for like the big names are not people who are artists. Like
Right. And
it's
even
just
though
people who like love comics and like are really interested in kaiju or whatever it
Right.
is. And it's
and
like
I have to remind myself of that too, because I'm at those conventions and I'll stand in a line to meet Neil Adams or whoever it is. But it's
Yeah.
like, just because like, I just assume, well, we're all artists or writers in this line, right? Like, it's just like everybody I know is an artist, you know? Like, it's like, that's just because who I know. Like, it's not the world.
No, and it's like we're really fortunate to like have gotten to that point in our life. Like I think when I was younger, I kind of daydreamed, like especially because I grew up in a smaller town. So it's like I
Right.
didn't know a lot of artists. And then like the fact that like now in my life, I just don't know a lot of non-artists. It's like a blessing. Like that's a really cool thing. I'm glad I have a lot of friends that are artists, you know.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm not complaining, believe me.
Yeah. But
But it
for
gives
fan
it's
base,
like it's a weird bubble, like
yes, exactly.
yeah.
And for a fan base, it's like it needs to expand beyond that. So I don't know. I feel like that's what I thought with the Risk thing is like worst case scenario, it might bring new blood to my streams that
Yeah.
are like might just like, and I try to at the very beginning of my streams just give people a heads up like, hey, this is going to be a stream where I play Risk only, or
Right.
this is a stream where I'm going to work on art and then I'm going to play Risk after, or this is a stream where I'm just going to work on art. So, and I'll
Right.
even qualify it by being like, hey, if you're following me for like just art stuff and you don't like the Risk streams, like probably don't watch this one, you know?
Right. That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, but like, so I feel like maybe that'll generate people who are interested in the Risk streams. I don't know, but I also think there's an overlap because I have a lot of weird kind of.
I know you have like philosophy about it and stuff. Yeah,
Well, I also have a lot of weird kind of. I'm possibly on the spectrum. I have a lot of friends that are possibly on the spectrum that would be really into Risk. so that's all I'm saying. You know.
Gotcha. Yeah, you've kind of turned me around. Like, well, I didn't have a strong opinion. Like, I was sort of like, why do you do it? Does it hurt you?
Yeah.
It was sort of like a question, which I thought maybe I knew the answer to, but you've kind of convinced me that yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, like, it's kind of like one of the blessings of having a smaller, like, not like it's not like it's a terrible YouTube channel I have, but it's like I'm not doing like
how many subscribers do you have now? I don't even know. Like
I'm at
10,000?
like a little over 4,000.
Okay, 4. Okay,
so it's not like huge.
Yeah,
but it's like, you know, it's like if I look at like Scott's channel or whatever, I'm not like nowhere near where Scott is, you know.
Oh, Scott's got like 10 or 12,000, right?
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing, and Scott's got a great channel, but that I do wonder. I haven't talked to him about this, but like going back to what we were saying, I feel like most of his content nowadays is like it's very informational, and it's like here's how to draw comics, and here's how to publish comics, and what do you think of this, and like, but most of the people watching it are probably artists or aspiring artists, like you said. And so
Scott
I wonder.
is pivoting pretty soon, so it'll be
that?
interesting. His newer, like he has plans, like some pretty big battle plans for a little bit of a pivot for his channel, and it's not going to not appeal to his current subscriber base, but I think it's going to broaden his appeal a lot. So
is that
he's kind
related
of
to?
that.
He was talking about like with AI art and like you got to be more personal now, and is that related to that?
No, it's like it's just like some more specific content that's has a little bit more broader appeal than just like, hey, you make comics, check this out.
Gotcha.
But it will still appeal to the comics folks because it's very like interesting stuff. I think it's going to be cool when he starts implementing it. But yeah, he's aware of that kind of same trap that I was talking about.
But I mean, I guess he has the advantage though that unlike you or me or some other artists, a lot of his products are for artists to buy.
Yeah,
that's the trick, I guess, is that if your fan base is artists, have things for artists to buy.
Yeah, and honestly, like his making comics videos are really informational and cool.
Absolutely.
And so it's like, you know, we keep having these moments, like even at a con, like I'm blanking out, but I was tabling next to somebody who's talking about like they're watching YouTube videos and stuff to like learn some specifics about comics, and they were kind of hinting at one, and I was like, oh, that's funny. My friend Scott does like these things, and he's like, wait a minute, like what's his last name? I'm like, Strickland, and he's like, wears like a green jacket. I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, so he's like the making comics 101 guy. I watch this all the time. And I was like, yeah,
awesome.
That's like my buddy.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, the person who recognized you is a guy named Victor Kemble. So that's the guy.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, I thought it was possible. Maybe I would like know who he was, and maybe if I saw him, I'd know him. But I'm not. The name's not ringing a bell.
Yeah. He might he knows a lot of people who know a lot of people, so who knows? But
Right.
but that's the guy who was like a big, like, I think buys your work, which is kind of cool. So yeah,
that's awesome.
but yeah, it's like it is funny how that happens. It's like a smaller role, but Scott's catering right now. Like his main audience is other artists and creatives, right? So like
Right.
I think he's in a similar boat where he's trying to think like not to alienate the people he has already, but like how do I expand this to like people who don't just make comics? Like
Right.
what other people are going to be into this? What kind of content can I make that goes outside of that? But for me, the main driving force, and I think you'll get this, Gaz, because you're kind of similarly built, but it's like, for me, I'm going to be playing this game anyway, so why not?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so excited to see you working on Horror A4. That's really
thanks,
cool.
buddy. I'm just trying to keep up the momentum. I'm trying not to dwell on how slow I'm going and dwell on the fact that I'm going.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You kind of have to take joys in little progress. Like, so 2 Stories was kind of like made during the time that you're in now for me. Like, where it's like when Ben was 3 was when I was like, okay, I'm hitting this hard and finishing this stupid book. And most of it was done in those parent windows where it's like 9 o'clock to like 2 in the morning. Like, because there's no way I'm getting any work done during the day,
Right.
So it's like, okay, he's asleep. I could get in an hour or 2,
Yeah. Well, and that's basically what I've been trying to do. I'm actually, it's like midnight right now. I never stay up this late. But I don't have to get up early tomorrow because my wife is getting up with the kid. Not that I want to sleep in, but like I know I don't have to wake up and be on duty immediately. So I'm like, all right.
Well, at that point, that's not like a want to sleep in. That's a like have to sleep in.
Yes, but if I sleep in too much, because I usually am the one that gets up with her.
Oh, then it can throw off your cycle.
Yeah. So like if I go to sleep, let's say I go to sleep by 1 and I sleep until 9, that's 8 hours. I don't never sleep till 9. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then like I won't let myself sleep past like 8 or 8:30, no matter how tired I am, because it'll mess me up. Like,
Yeah, you might have that like groggy feeling for the rest of the day where you're like, I just need another 30 minutes.
Or worse, I will feel fine, and then I won't be able to go to sleep until 12 or 1 the next day. But now I have to get up at 6, and it's like, so it's.
Oh yeah, I've definitely had that.
Yeah.
It's funny too. I don't know, Gaz. Like, were you a night person before?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. So
I still am. I love being up.
Me too.
Yeah. Which is a terrible thing for me. Yeah.
But it's like, but you kind of are still. It's weird.
Yeah.
I have the same thing.
Yeah. I hate. I never liked getting up early, and I've been getting up, before 7, sometimes 5, 6, whatever, but before 7, just about every day for 3.5 years or so.
Yep.
I'm still not used to it. I still wake up every day pissed off every single day. Like, why am I up so early? When it's dark out.
No, I mean, like, you can kind of get used to it, but I don't think I will ever be the person who's like bright and chipper in the morning. Like I'm still the person who I'm like, I need like 4 cups of coffee right now. I need to like not hate the world for a second. That's my attempt right now. I'm just trying not to hate everything about existence when I wake up. That's me.
Yeah. I get, and I get used to it. I get accustomed to it where I'm able to make myself get up and function.
Yes.
But that's not the same as being like, all right, this is fine. It's like, it's like being in prison. It's like, okay, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, okay, I guess I'll start, rolling this toilet paper and just pouring water on it steadily daily so I can make myself a shank. I don't want to do this.
But it's just you have to do.
I'm in prison. This is what we do.
I've literally tried to do the math of like at what age, because she's not going to move out until 18 at the absolute earliest. But at what age is she going to be able to like get up herself and be awake for a while where I don't have to like, oh, you're awake here. Let me make sure you do all the things like when you first wake up. Like at what point can I just wake up whenever, have a cup of coffee, and she'll wander downstairs and be like, hey, what's for breakfast? You know what I mean? Like, and that's not even sleeping in, but that's just me not having to worry about wake up and like immediately be responsible for someone's life. And I'm like, 5, 7? I don't know. Like when does that kick in? Like I don't know.
It gets it. You know, I'll be like most parents and just tell you it does get easier. You know,
Sure.
there's different challenges that come up. You know,
Yeah.
later on. Like right now, I think our biggest challenge is like school stuff.
Right.
And then like, you know, a little bit of like, okay, now you're a little older. Let's talk about like kind of choices and like, you know, if something makes you mad, like kind of making the right choice, even if it makes you mad, like making the right choice and not like exploding, you know, that kind of stuff. But it's
Sure.
like, but there is cool things that have been happening this year that didn't happen years before, where it's like now we can just be like, Ben, we drew the bath, go take a bath.
That's what
And
I'm
then
talking about.
and
I
then
know I'll
he
have
goes,
responsibilities forever, but
yeah,
the moment to moment life and death, clean your teeth, wipe your own butt kind of stuff. I'm
yeah.
ready to be done with that. You know, like
Yeah, so that starts getting better and it's pretty awesome. Like even now
yeah.
it's like now we have him brushing his own teeth and he's like brushing his own teeth and you kind of have to like every once in a while check, make sure he's doing a good job, but like he's got it, you know?
That's how we are with her washing her hands, where she is fully capable of washing her hands. And 25% of the time you'll be like, wash your hands, and it's great. The
Yeah.
other 75% of the time, who knows what's gonna happen? You know what I mean?
They come back with just bubbles all over
Right.
their
So
hand.
what I end up doing a lot of times is the door will be open and the kitchen,
Yes.
like I'll like go to make breakfast or lunch or whatever, like, go wash your
Mhm.
hands. And I'll make sure she leaves the door open and I'll kind of be like pouring cereal, like, no, okay, just rinse your hands now. Just rinse them. Just stop pumping them. Stop. There's too much soap, you know.
Or the great one is you have to ask 50 times things. So you're like, hey, wash your hands, and then they go in the restroom and you're like, okay, they're washing their hands. You start washing the dishes. You walk back by there and you're like, did you start washing your hands? And they're like, oh, yeah. This happens with Ben all the time, even now, where it's like,
Right.
okay, go take a bath. And then he goes in there, you're like, he must be doing what we asked him to do. And then I'll walk by and he's just like doing something completely different, like playing with a toy or
Like
whatever
he's
it is.
in the bathroom, but not doing what. Yeah.
And I'm like,
But
hey,
even
Ben,
that,
okay, like, yeah, reminder, let's just get in the bath now. And then
Yeah.
it's like 5 reminders later, they're like, fine. You're like, okay.
and don't get me wrong, I see how that could be irritating, and I'm sure it'll irritate me.
No.
when I'm
That
there.
is a world level up from like 3-year-old.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like you got to do this thing. Come on, do it. You're not doing it. And yes, I will not enjoy that either. But right now, it's a safety issue of like not only are you not doing it, but you are about to
You
fall
could
on your
die.
face. And
Yeah.
yeah.
No, and like the worst part is, you know, it's like quite often at that age, they're kind of eager to die. Like they don't mean to,
absolutely.
but they're like, I think I'll jump up and then land on my head just for fun. Like
I will be
I'm in the
holding her.
safest area in the world, and I think I'll do that.
She'll be doing something incredibly unsafe, and I'll be like trying to prevent her from doing it and using all my strength, and I'll be like, calmly, stop doing that, sweetie, to the point where I'm like, stop, and she's laughing in my face. Like, it's the funnest thing in the world, and I'm terrified because I'm starting to run out of strength in my arms. She's just kicked me in my ribs, and I'm about to drop her on her head on concrete, and she thinks it's hilarious.
Yep.
And yeah, that's and then it's time to, oh, hold on, let me quick draw right now. or even okay, she finally stopped. I have 20 minutes where I could draw, and this is where, you know, things are starting to change a little bit.
Yeah.
But for the longest time, I would have a little bit of time, a half hour, whatever. And I would
but you're
just
so
lay down.
spent.
I would, it wouldn't even be like, let me watch TV. I would just lay and do nothing. I just lay there and just recover.
And just also enjoying just like the one moment of like, oh my gosh, it's quiet. It's quiet. It's quiet. I literally can do nothing. Like, this is amazing. Yeah. I even like, it's funny, but I feel like a parent vacation is very much like, you know, when I was younger and before we had a kid and stuff, our vacation plans were always like crazy, wild things, big adventures.
Right.
And now it's like, to me, the best vacation is like, we have to do nothing, like go nowhere and just, it's just completely silent. Maybe I have a book next to me and I can pick it up and like read it.
I think day to day, I feel that way. But when I have an opportunity, I've always been, I'm not a party guy, but I've always been I don't know what the word, I like activities. I like doing things.
Yeah.
So when I, like today I had after 1 o'clock, I had the day free. I didn't have to watch her. And so I drove an hour to meet a friend of mine for lunch. We ate lunch for 2 hours. And then I stopped at every Target on the way back looking for this Ninja Turtle figure I wanted. And then I went to this Starbucks. And it's like, yeah, I didn't go out and party, but I wasn't like, I want to just sit up in a park. Like I was like, I want to be out doing something, feel like a human for a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense too. And I think it also depends, right? Like it's kind of like if you're housebound for a while, like the act of being able to like go buy like a bag of chips, like whatever it is like liberating, because you're like, I get to leave this area, you know?
Yeah.
It's interesting. All right. Well, I am gonna play another trailer. And I have finished shading my page, so I might play a game of Risk. If you want to stick around,
no,
you can.
I wanted to finish this panel / hang out with you. The shading isn't done, but I finished the inks, and it's hard to see on the iPad, but I finished the inks on that panel
of the Horror A4. I have a question.
Absolutely.
Is issue 1 just not something people can get a hold of anymore?
Issue 1 is presently out of print. That's not like it's complete, but I just ran out of copies and haven't reprinted it.
Okay.
And issue 2 is in print only because I've got 100 copies that I still have.
I love it.
Less than 100, but yeah. So I kind of was planning on reprinting it when I did issue 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So
smart. So like you could kind of tag it in like a Kickstarter or something like that.
Yeah. When issue 3 comes out, well, you want to go to a trailer, so I'll stop talking. But
no. I actually, because like it's a good time to kind of plug your stuff and stuff. So
I mean, okay, for those that don't know, Gazbot, you find me on Etsy or any YouTube wherever, and the horror, I have the first 2 issues out, but Josh is right that the first one I'm sold out of physical copies and I haven't ordered more yet. My thought was that when issue 3 comes out, I'll reprint issue 1. Awesome. But also kind of that's what I was going to stop myself because I was going to say something else, but I'll go ahead and say it, and you can tell me to shut up if you need to go. Going back to how I was imposing this negative consequence of at the end of the year, if I'm not done, I got to quit and be done with this project. A positive thing, the friend I met for lunch, he's an old friend. We used to work at Six Flags doing caricatures together. We lived together. We did it like we were like brother close for like years, but now we see each other when we can. And he is an oil painter, and he's a very good oil painter. And he mostly does like paintings of like, he'll do like an oil painting of a scene from Seinfeld, and and sell it, and it does really well. So he's quite successful in that venture. But we were both talking about like wishing we could collaborate and like kind of feeling alone and stuff. And kind of I was like, I'm supposed to get this book done. Would you be interested in like painting a variant cover?
Oh, sweet.
For it? And he's like 1,000%. And so now I have the negative of, if I don't get it done, I'm going to have to like embarrassingly and disgustedly say I quit this project. But if I get it done, I have the bonus of this great oil painter will do a cover for me of my characters.
Oh, I love it.
So I have a positive and a negative reinforcement to get it done.
That's ideal. You need the carrot and the stick.
Yeah, and I got both. Good. And that literally just happened today. And it definitely, as you can see, I came home and started working.
I want to see an oil painting for the Horror A4.
Me too, man.
So I'm going to give you shit if you don't hit that deadline, because I'll be like, I wanted that oil painting, man. I wanted to see that.
Me too.
But I'm excited, and I'm glad you're working on it again, and I'm glad to see you posting again. And it's pretty awesome. And I like again, like you guys should all be subscribed to Gaz if you aren't yet. So make sure you are. He's been part of this like hundreds artcasters, pre-artcasters and hundreds community for a long time. So you guys should be following Gaz and support his work.
You're very kind.
Especially if you're into like kaiju and big epic battles and Power Rangers and toys. These are all good things.
One person described all of that. You said, yeah. One person described my book, at least so far, and this is their words, not mine. So I don't want it to come off as sounding cocky, but I do think it was kind of an apt. What they were saying, it was sort of like Akira meets Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
And that's not, you throw Godzilla in there, and that's not too far off. I wasn't at all thinking of Clockwork Orange, but I definitely thought about Akira a lot when I was working on the book. So
I love it. That's a really good good description and stuff like that. Well, Gaz, thanks for joining and hanging
you for
out.
having me.
I'm going to go to a commercial and then I'm going to play a game of Risk, you guys. So if you have been watching this for Gaz or for cartooning, then I hate to disappoint you. We're going to be doing world domination after this. Gaz, thanks for hanging out too. And it's always fun to work together. So you're always welcome back on stream anytime.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I love how often you stream because I keep catching you.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, hopefully I can keep it up.
Take it easy. Enjoy your Risk.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Okay. And we're going to get our... There we go. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, that was awesome having Gaz on. I need to prep things for my Risk stream now. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of my obnoxious art banner that Corey Kerr always teases me about because it's huge. Okay, there it is. Hi, guys. I'm here. I'm down here. Over here is the Risk menu, and we're going to pick an FFA battle and try to continue my very slow crawl to try to become a Grandmaster. And every time I compete, I risk, it is called the game of Risk, but I do risk going from master to expert again, which again, I'm a cartoonist, guys. So I will spend years working on a graphic novel page at a time until I'm 100 and something pages in and it goes out. So I'm very patient. So even if I go back down to expert, I will probably continue on my path to try to become a Grandmaster until it happens, or I just get bored with the game. Who knows? But so far I'm really fascinated. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and put the slow crawling banner. It has been a long stream this time. We're about 3 hours into the stream. So this will be the end of the stream. I'm going to play 1 or 2 rounds of Risk, probably 1, unless I suck at it. And then maybe I'll play another and then call it a night. And then wake up. And tomorrow I'll probably be streaming a lot too, because I have to color this page that we toned. So we're in good standing on our comic, Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I'm actually going to close that out so it stops eating memory on my computer. So hopefully everything runs smooth on this stream. And as usual, when I play Risk, I will just walk through my strategies and tactics as I am doing them. For better or worse. And hopefully I play my cards a little right. The last game I played, I think on this stream, I erred by making a left instead of a right. And that was a fatal mistake that cost me any hope of winning the game. So hopefully I play a little better on this one. It's a hard game. You have to play on point every minute of the game or you risk getting crushed. So anyhow, let's pull it up. And let's see if there's an FFA game that's open. I like FFA 6-player games, so ideally I'm going to be looking for one of those. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Do they have a lot of bots? They have one hard bot. I don't mind that. I tend to not like games with bots, but as long as it's just one, we can rock that business. Let's see. So the names with numbers are usually really new players. This may not be the best game to get in. And it's not filling up, and it has a bot, and the bot's only on hard instead of expert. So maybe I get out of that game. We'll see. That is probably my only option. So we're going to get back into that game because at least it has 6 players. So I'm hopping back in and hoping it fills up. This is the worst part of the Risk streams in general, is just the kind of waiting for the room to fill. I'm not sure why we need the hard bot in there. Because, like, unless the bot is an expert, it's pretty boring to play the bots. And it's still not filling up, so I might leave again and peek to see if we have other options available, because these are definitely new players. There's still no other options available. And I want to play one game before I call it a night, guys. So maybe it'll fill up. Maybe that last player will come in. I think Didi was joking that any of my competitors in Risk could literally just watch my live stream to know my thinking and get ahead of what I'm strategizing. Maybe someone does that now. This game is not filling up. I really want to do one round, one good solid round. By the way, thanks to Gaz for like joining and talking about his process. And I'm so excited to see him working on the Horror A4 again. Yeah, it looks like another player dipped out. So this game is not filling. It's not a compelling game. It's not filling very quickly. So my best options are probably to pick that game again, or to just try starting my own game. Let's see if that works. We'll do classic. We'll see if we can kind of get people on board on our own game. I don't think that's going to work. We'll have to see. But just getting the game going, maybe it's the timing because it's about midnight. But generally, there's like a much more active thing. So yeah, see, no one's joining my game. Oh, wait, we do have one. Okay, that's good. So maybe this game fills up and then we don't have to play with bots. But I think General Babu or whatever gets really bored because the other 4 slots aren't filling. And so we might be better off doing somebody else's game. Okay, these are definitely new players. They still have the numbers at the end of their name, which means that's their default name they were assigned. They didn't ever switch it. So we're probably dealing with novices or beginners. But hey, I'll take 2 novices and beginners. I will risk my title. We got General Amaya. We got Vance Banerjee. This is good. We're at 5 players right now. So hopefully we can fill it to 6 and then we have a good solid game. I think I have my settings still to where the bots don't even auto either. So once a bot or somebody bots out of the game, it's just the one spot just starts collecting troops, but the auto bot doesn't start playing. Which means you keep your game playing with humans, which is a lot more fun. So we just need a 6th player, or we just go forward with 5. I really like 6-player games, but a 5-player game can be a lot of fun. Let's give it a few more seconds, and then we might just go forward with only 5 players. 5-player game's better than 4. Oh, we got 6 players. That's good. So we got a solid 6-player game. Hopefully nobody ducks out the last minute. And I think we're playing classic fixed. Classic map. It's my favorite way to do it. And we're starting our game, and I will walk you through the process as I go. So now that's validating all the players. Game was canceled due to there being I don't even know what that was. I think it said due to there being a suspected fake player or something. That's interesting. Let's try this again. So that might be that there was a suspected bot player or something. Let's give this one more chance to try to fill up our board. So I think that what happened was I think Risk had a suspected alt account that was joining, and it kind of canceled the game, which is good. I'm glad Risk would do that because I don't want to play somebody in their bot account. So we're trying to kind of fill it up again, and we'll see if that still has the same issue. If not, we'll kind of join an existing game. Sorry about this wait, guys. It's probably the biggest drag of playing Risk. Trying to get a game going, guys. Come on. Trying to get a 6-person game. So it's the same people as last time. And a lot of these people are probably going to get really bored trying to fill up this game if it won't let us. And if anyone's watching this live, like if it does that thing again, try to read what it says because it seems to go so quick. I can't really read it. It said due to a suspected something. And I'm not sure what that is. So something with people with their alt accounts, like some of the suspicious stuff. Again, I'm not saying this is the case, but like there's Seldon the Blue and then there's General Babu. General Babu is an account that clearly was opened recently. They have the same exact icon. So that's a little suspicious. But whatever. There's only a few default icons. I think we're good to go. Does it do that same suspected thing again? Because if so, that means somebody is trying to come in with a alt account or something. It's still not letting me hit I'm ready. That's very interesting. Starting game. Okay, good. We have a game going, guys. And it's a game I started, which is kind of cool. I am in 6th position, the worst position, the worst starting position. Currently, I think my best play, if no one's going for it, is Africa, but I'm guessing by the time I play, I might be forced to do a no continent game. I have an okay chance at doing England or Europe, and it looks like yellow is going for surprise, surprise, Australia. So Australia is contested. Does red contest Australia too? Or do they start moving into the one territory that I have a shot at? I think red possibly, yeah, they're gonna red wants Australia too. Thank you, red. I'm glad you want Australia. Move that 3 out, please. Oh, I love you, red. So now all I need is white to move out, although white is in a really strong position to just kind of hang there and keep hold of Africa. White also is in a really good position to move their 5 up and start whittling their way into England, and we'll just kind of have to see how it goes. But it does look like pink is going to vie for North America. So white is going to move into South America, I think. White is not going to move into South America. There's just going to be a pain in my ass. I think white is making a play for Africa too. So I'm surprised that white doesn't go for Europe. I'm also really confused by what purple is doing. What is purple doing? You don't really have a presence in Europe, purple. Purple is confused. Purple is really confused. I think purple's playing a game where they have no idea what continent to go to. I think if they're smart, they move their 4 down and they're making a play for South America. I don't think they know what they're doing. No, they're going to play for the whole map. They're really overextending themselves. Maybe they're just in a position where they don't feel comfortable. I want to stay in... I really want to stay where I am. I like where I am. But I can also move out of the way. That'll cost me 4 troops. No. Okay. I think I need to stay where I am and hold this area, even though that puts me in contention with white. Hopefully white sees the opportunity in South America. But I also just opened up a lot of Africa for white. And white doesn't look like I don't think they have a lot of options. I still have the possibility of Europe if white is smart and lets me out. If white wants to hold Africa. Because white can kind of move their 5 down, start fortifying Africa, but what they should do is leave me open to head to England if they're going to make that play. Or they should make the play for South America and move their 8 in there and then move their 5 over and fortify it. But I think white may not be so good, so they might kind of think that holding my 12 and forcing me to hit one of their big stacks is actually a good play, which would not be a good play. But again, newer players, it's always hard to tell. So what are they doing? White moves out. But they're still in striking position. That's very interesting. I'm surprised. White should have gone for... I just am surprised. I'm also really confused by purple. I don't know what play purple is going for. I don't think purple knows what purple wants. And the game of Risk is very much trying to figure out what do people want and can you give it to them. But purple's in a really weird spread out state where they're making a play for North America, but they're making a play for South America, but they're kind of making a play for Europe. It's a very strange thing, but I'm glad that I can kind of bring my troops all together. So I'm going to start doing that. I don't want to block purple. I'm going to make an alliance with white. I like that. I think that I'm going to move. It's just too tasty to get my... Now, I think purple's a bad player, so I think purple hits my 5. But I liked taking my 2 down, and at least that cost purple something on the way there. I've also made an ally with white, but I don't trust that alliance because I have no idea where white is trying to go. Yeah, white is in a really kind of creepy position of attack, but making an alliance. That's a very strange one. Unless white intends to kind of make an eventual move to Europe, but I don't see them angling for Europe. They might be playing a continentless game, but I think they're angling for taking me out, or they're angling for taking out red, who has pretty much killed themselves for Australia. Maybe that's their angle. I think they're going to go for Australia. Pink is making the slow play for North America, but unfortunately, Pink has to vie against a very strange purple who doesn't seem to know what they want. And again, in Risk, like some of these new players can be really dangerous. Yeah, white wants to kill me. I accepted white's alliance, but white really wants to kill me. And I think purple's such a bad player, they break my 5. Maybe not. I'll let you through, purple, if you wait a turn. Well played. Still, I'm baffled by what purple is trying. I know what white is trying. White wants to be in position to eat me. They're in a pretty good position to eat me. They're blocking me from moving my 4 over and consolidating all my troops. But they also have created 1 block from their 15. So I'm going to go ahead and eat purple's 1 and then consolidate because I really don't trust white. And then I have to hope that white does not get cards the next turn. If they can cash their cards, I'm guessing white might take me out of the game. But it's going to be tough for white to take me out of the game currently. And I'm glad I can cash in my cards. It's not the best cash in, but that does leave me with 8 troops. So as long as I survive the next turn, I'm in an okay standing. I think yellow, I don't know what yellow's doing. Yellow's dying. Yellow's probably the worst player of all the players so far. Pink is doing a slow play for North America. They're being very patient, but that didn't make a lot of sense. I think Pink might be waiting for a card cash in to take North America, but that move didn't make any sense. White is my homie now. I'm glad to see that. So white wants Europe. I think white does break me, though. I don't trust them as like a solid ally. But as far as allies go in Risk, I feel like white is a pretty good ally. I think purple needs to consolidate. The question is, do they consolidate like a dick or do they consolidate well? Because right now they're in standing to take South America, but they might be a dick who just keeps their 8 there. Okay. I'm not surrounded by crazies. I'm going to go ahead and ally purple because I'm like, purple, you can have South America. I just want to kind of chill here. With my 30 stack. That won't be a 30 stack. I think purple breaks me, though. But we'll do a test. This is also a good way to test my alliance with white. I'm not really trying to hold Africa at this point. I just want a fat stack and to be slightly threatening. And also to figure out who my allies are. Yellow is crazy. Are they going to suicide? Australia or die, guys. What you're seeing with yellow right now is why I never take Australia this early in the game. So red and yellow have killed each other for Australia, and they have no chance in hell of winning the game because of that. Because Australia or die. So the question is, does now red suicides yellow? This is funny. Who swoops in and takes Australia? Should it be me? I like holding Australia a little better at this point in the game. Nobody's taken a continent. I've already taken 1. 17's blocked themselves from really doing an effective Australia take, although they do have 4 cards, so I think that white actually takes Australia. If white doesn't, I might consider it. Australia's not my favorite, Do they break white like a moron? What is pink doing? Pink's doing Australia too? Pink wants Australia. What are you doing, Pink? You had a good presence in North America. Now you're suiciding yourself. Oh, Pink's trying to go for Red's cards? It's not a bad play. How many cards did you get? Okay, that's a bad play. You got 2 cards, Pink. This doesn't make any sense. Was that worth the cost? Like, now you're a target. Now you've got 4 juicy cards, and you're barely there. And you open the door for... wow. White might have an end game right now. Oh, they don't. White can't cash in. If White had a cash in at that point, you take your 17 and you just mow through and you just mow through everybody. White has definitely changed objective, though. White wants to take Australia. The question is, if I take Australia, does White just kind of suicide into me and do the same thing? I also like purple. They're being a good ally. I think I hold my territory and kind of let the chips fall where they may with this other stuff. I want to bring my 4 over. And I want to let yellow kind of do their stupid shit. And let white kind of deal with it. I should actually say, I'm sorry, I have to hit your territory. White should get it. I had to move my 4 over. But then again, white might not be that seasoned of a player too. They might be like, my ally took out 3 of my points. I've blocked off my 31, so I'm in a very defensive position here. Like, I can't mobilize my troops. Yellow is going to get killed. That stupid Australia play is going to get yellow killed very quickly. If not by me, by somebody. I've blocked myself off from opportunities to kill yellow, but pink's right there. Pink suicides into 7, making it an 8. Still vulnerable to the massive 19 hovering above them. This, you guys, I feel like I should call this video Australia or Die. Now you have a 3 defending against a 31 and a 19. What are you doing? Oh, you're taking yellow. Okay, you just are a card eater. That's interesting. You still can't cash it, though. Man, purple is really into taking out cards, which is not a bad play, but how do you hold Australia? I don't see white letting you hold Australia. Are you going to let pink hold Australia? You can't. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to give white like a big heart. Like, I don't know if pink even realizes like how much of a bad position they put white in. Like, white didn't even have an option. Like, white had to take Australia there. And I think like now pink does like a play like trying to take extra territory. I don't know. Currently the board leader is me. I think purple hits me, breaks my territory. Maybe not. Maybe purple sees the juicy stake that's like right above them. Like if you have purple just kind of making a jackass of themselves. If you break me before you take in your territory, that's a bad move. I mean, I get it. I'm the board leader, but you know, you have that juicy steak right above you. Chew at that. And then you might take South and North America. Maybe we go to endgame together. Because I am definitely going to start making moves towards above. I think I just chew at purple or pink a little bit. I don't even want to take purple's 1. Do I want to take purple's 1? No. I want them to get that continent bonus. But I like leaving my ally with some options. And I like making myself bigger. So I think pink breaks me, actually. Maybe not. Pink's confusing. I don't know what game they're playing, but it's not Risk. They did get a lot of cards. They're currently in second. But can they hold it? They don't seem like a defending territory type. They seem very aggressive. And now they're threatening. They did the little threat point to purple, who can eat them in 2 seconds. I think this is me and white's game. Purple's going to break me pretty soon, though. But I like that white is also seeing our opportunity here. It's like, we don't have to fight each other yet. White also very opportunistically should see the dire straits I'm in compared to them. They're in a really strong position. I'm blocked off from attack to them. Purple's inevitably going to break my territory. Hey, dude, I sent you an alliance request, man. Be homies. It's interesting, newer players, like Purple I don't think is a seasoned player. It's interesting that newer players like that will be so transparent that they won't accept an allyship. But they're still playing friends. It's interesting. You don't want to be allies. You wanted to secure your territory before you hit me. What should I do with that information? I do have to take purple here because purple is going to break me the next turn. So I need to kind of break one of those. And I don't want to mess with white. I don't even want to take one thing from white. But I do want to start carving at pink. I want someone to eat pink. I want that to be purple because then they'll deplete their 26. They'll put pressure on white by taking North America. Pink is... I don't know how pink survives this game. Purple breaks me this next turn. Because purple's in a position where they have no exterior forces. They have no option but to break me unless they want to cost themselves a 20 and go at it with pink. They're in kind of a dire position. White just made a bad move, and I'm glad. Purple breaks me. Purple doesn't break me. Purple doesn't break yellow or pink? That's interesting. Purple's not bad. That can't last for long, though. So right now I'm going to take... I'm going to hold England. I'm not really looking to hold England, but if it's given to me, at this point, white will probably come in and break one of my territories and tell me that's too far. Pink will definitely break my territory and tell me that's too far. Unless pink decides to go at white, which would be interesting. I should make an alliance with the pink. Hey, we're allies, bud. Pink's going to break me, of course. Do they go further or just that one break? Okay, I can accept that break. That was a decent lesson. Does white teach me a lesson and break Africa? No, white is staying a good ally. White is saying, hey, you have those two territories. Give me Asia. Purple is going to say, hell no, and break me. Or they're going to go at pink. I think they're going to break me. The math just makes more sense for them to break me and keep things cool with pink. But I've been really friendly with them. So they opt for the non-action. I'm just going to build up my 15 now, knowing that pink is just going to keep breaking me. Pink is going to get so frustrated with that that eventually they're going to go past. They're going to take like 2 or 3 and go down into Africa thinking it's like a haha, take that. Or pink's going to get the lesson like, hey, we're cool. But pink's not going to. They're going to go one further. They're doing test hits. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I am cool with holding this much territory and you breaking me every time. White is going to take Africa, and that's going to force pink to hit white, unless pink's stupid. The board leader right now is me. I think that 17 goes into me because I'm starting to get powerful. But I think purple might also like the fact that I'm being non-aggressive. So I don't think purple wants to make an enemy of my 40. I think they see what that is. It's kind of mutual suicide. Can I cash my cards? Not yet. You know what I should do? I'm going to consider this in a second. When does pink get bored hitting me and hit white? When does pink get bored hitting me and decide to go a little bit further and break both my territories? That's when I retaliate. But as long as we're just eating cards, man, and we're just being friends, neighbors, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with pink growing. Does white hit me now? Do I let white take Asia? White's pretty strong, but if they start getting Asia... Oh, they left their 18 there. I see. I think 2 can play at that game. I think I inevitably need to break white's little hold on Asia because you just can't do Asia. I like our alliance, so I'm going to have to say, sorry, I have to attack your territory to them. And he said attack my territory if you need to, so that's cool. He gets it. He wants us fighting. This might be too aggressive. This move might cost me the game. But I don't like him leaving. Like, pink, we're cool, man, but you can't just, like, leave a troop on my territory, man. And so, like, maybe they move their 18. You know what? Just to consider what they're going to do. They're going to take England. And I'm letting them. But they'll lose America. They don't have enough troops to hold both. Move your 18. They're going to move their 18 and take all of America. They're not. They're kind of overextending themselves, and I think if purple's smart, purple actually sees the opportunity and just punches through that 24, eats America. I'm really digging white's play here. White is putting themselves in position to annihilate my territory. Purple might see me as vulnerable now, and they punch my 3. But if they're smart, they take that 24. I hate to say it, it's a hit, but this is the time. If you're going to hit pink, this is the time. Because pink is so overextended, they can't retaliate. You put that 45 into that 24, what is their 18 going to come at you? That 12 is aligned for attack on England. But I like that I'm in attack position now. I'm opened up. That's good. So I'm going to cash in my troops. And of course I have to break white because white has that 12. I have to say, sorry, I'm going to attack your territory again. Sorry, bud. He gave me a heads up. So right now we're going to kind of do this. I know that 18 is going to come down and be a little more aggressive. So I want to kind of fend off the inevitable Do I move this step back down? I just want to hold Africa. I want pink to actually move out, and I want pink and white fighting. Pink is aggressive to both me and white, so now they're making 2 enemies. They're kind of in a 3-front war if purple can hit them. But purple's not an ally of mine, and I can guarantee you from the way this game is being played. Yeah, this is where they break my Africa. I've also blocked myself in. Playing an interesting game here. I want to see white put that 17 into that 15. I want to see purple break that 24. Because now purple's in pink's in a perfect position for them to make that attack, and they'll probably just dumbly make the attack on me. But if you look at it, the right move right now is eat pink, because you can hit pink. Like, I'm not a threat anymore. I'm just getting Africa cards, right? You can hit pink, and they literally cannot retaliate. I'm still accruing a decent amount of cards here, so I'm just going to kind of keep this going. I'm going to open up their 17. I don't care. Like, break my territory, free up my 67. Take the take Europe. Because right now the board leader is me still. With a close second coming from white. And you're kind of pissing off me and white. So what do you think's going to happen? I have 4 cards with the worst cash-in, so I think I hang tight with my 4 cards. I think pink just keeps depleting by hitting those 2. And now they're leaving 3 there. And they're just going to let it hang there, so it's harder for me to eat those cards. And now they're backing down from white. And I'm curious if them and white made an alliance. But what I would like to see is white break through and hit pink. I don't think white's that bad of a player. I think right now white starts changing their strategy towards possibly coming at me. I think pink is very wisely setting up alliances. And now they've put me in a position where I have to kind of carve at white a little bit because I can't afford that 3. I'm also very easily breakable here, but I'm also in a really strong position to retaliate and do mass damage if somebody breaks my territory. Pink is going to have a hard time retaliating if purple eats that 24. And I can't hit purple if they do that, and I'm also still on good terms with them. Their best move, purple's best move, is hit pink. And I'm not saying that just because I'm black and I don't want to be hit. Their least costly short-term move is to break me, but their best move, the absolute best move they can do, is to hit pink. I don't know if they can see that. I think they like the option, but they're not collecting cards. They are at 80 troops, though, so playing the passive game has not gotten them super bad position as we speak. I had to cash in my infantry card. I'm getting 4 cards. That sucks. I'm going to let them slowly kind of build territory. And I'm just going to kind of move this down because I want that big ass troop. In the center. I want to be dangerous to these people. And right now I'm pretty dangerous. I'm at 100. 180. 87's the closest. My biggest contender is white, who's been a pretty strong ally. Their 22 is locked in conflict with pink. Pink is getting up there, though. Pink is now in second position. So if pink keeps playing smart, pink might break my territory pretty soon, too. How long till they take that 6 and kind of send it out? The other question is, how long do I put up with pink? So white is in a good position now to break my territory. I think they do that move now, but maybe not. No, white is just saying, hey, it's a little too much. Back off a little bit. White is also lining up to attack pink. I like this. Purple is really considering breaking my territory. I don't know if they do it yet. Okay, guys, I have to step away for like 2 seconds. I will continue. You know what? I'll do my move first. Purple is super patient. I'm actually really impressed by Purple's play because they're avoiding making enemies. White just did a really dastardly move. And yet they stay playing allies. It's not a bad move because they took away my bonus from their territory. So I only accrued 6 cards this time instead of 7. So I think white is a pretty decent player. They also haven't gotten offended by me eating for cards, which is a sign of maturity. Okay, guys, I do have a good turn in, but I'm going to go ahead and use this opportunity to play a trailer for one of my books that's out. This one is the trailer for 2 stories, the Christmas trailer. So white just did the ultimate turtle move to try to escalate conflict, which was not a bad move. White's pretty smart. White has my 87 open to retaliate to pink. They're like, pink's been a pain in your ass. Let me clear the way. Go hit pink. Very good move. But now, in order to hit pink, I have to unlock their 96 to come counterattack and clear me out of cards. That's why I don't fall for that bait. The 33 moves in, breaks my territory. Now we're in pretty open war, but I think pink might just kind of like chill there. Oh, pink's just taking one of their cards. So pink is now making an enemy of white. They had the option to eat me, and they went for white. How does that make white feel? I am still the board lead. I'm slowly being caught up by white, who's moving into position to attack pink, I think. They also could come down and break my territory or slam my 100 and put themselves in a less of a target position. Do I unlock pink? Does purple grow some balls and hit, or are they playing the patient game, hoping we all attack each other and they come in and sweep up at the end? That's not a bad play by purple, but purple has to make conflict pretty soon. It's a low-cost conflict with them with big repercussions, or a pretty effective hit. Do I hit white right now, or do I unlock pink? Either will seem like an act of aggression, so I'm just going to say I have to attack your territory. And I'm just going to take out the thing under their 50, communicating like I am not going to unlock pink to encourage this conflict. But if you want pink, take them, because I hate pink. Like pink is my enemy right now. I think white might try a sneak attack. Pink might break my territory here because they're in dire straits. They have a 50 sitting there. But I think white's a good enough player to maybe they sweep through, break me, break purple, and then they wait for pink to kind of clean up the action. It's not the best play because I'm still in position to eat their 50. Do they just hit me? Do they just slam me? I don't like them being right there. They are planning an attack, I think, on me because if they were going to hit pink, they were going to hit pink. So the question is, do I just eat white's 67? Can I afford that? White is getting pretty strong. White's at 132. If a player, like, so now pink's being threatened by white. Oh, I got to think about this. Should I hit white? White's going to retaliate. White has so much of Asia that they're going to accrue a lot of cards. Do I unlock pink? I think I unlock pink. If they want to do a dual attack, so be it. But if pink wants to break through and break my territory, that's not something I can't recover from. Pink also might get bored and just like suicide and slam my stack. But I'm not a direct threat. I'm actually prevented from an attack on pink. I can't move my 100 unless I go through like Kamchatka, like, and put myself at risk with white. I'm not sure what pink thinks they're doing. Pink's building for purple. So I'm guessing pink and white have a thing. I think that 74 slams my stack. No. I'm going to give white like a big old... I love white. White is a good ally and a good risk player. How do I give white? I'm just going to give him a big heart. So proud of that move, white. Purple, this is your time, man. If you're going to break out, you need to hit pink. But purple's glad to see conflict on this board. Okay, where are we at for numbers? I'm at 129. I need to chill for a little bit. I want to make it easy for white. I want white to get those big cards because right now white's full energy is invested on pink. And I really want to encourage white, to kind of continue this conflict. And I want to build up my strength. I want to build up my strength to where, because right now I'm at 129 and I'm not far. Like, I'm not close to the win, but I'm not far. Pink is in a really bad spot. Because how does pink... So pink's mad at white and doing exactly what pink was doing to us. Do unto others, you guys. Now they've moved their stack in direct, like that's pointing a gun in white's face. And white has two guns pointed in their face. Right? White has my gun pointed towards Australia. I can take it any time, but I've been a good ally. And then pink just pointed their gun in white's face. So what white is going to do is get pink really riled up. They're going to consolidate their number. Or they're going to line me up. No, they're going to suck themselves all the way back to Australia. That's what I wanted them to do. That puts them in a passive position. Does pink go AWOL now? Because pink is not going to win this game. Pink's at 83. They have a 4-card cash-in. So they're going to be in position to kind of retaliate. Does purple literally just sit there? Purple wins the most passive player award. Purple should break Oh my gosh, purple's not even going to break white? Okay, that's good. Now pink might be mad at purple. That's good. White has a lot of territory. I think right now what I do is I move into England or Europe, which they don't let me hold, but I need to look like I'm taking something. And I don't have cards to cash in, so I think I just go for... I don't want to break their chain, though. I like what white's doing, but I have to kind of attack their territory. It's the only territory around me. If white blames me, I'm going to like keep their Asia strength, but I have to break them, which sucks. I'm sorry, white. I had to break them. Now, white might very well get kind of annoyed with my play and break my territory just as a like, dude, come on. Pink was open. But I want pink in the game. Like, pink's an interesting figure. The question is, do they suicide me or do they suicide white? They're going to probably suicide someone. I'm pretty close by to suicide, but they also might be mad at purple for kind of, how dare you, purple? Get out of my little spot. But now they're so weakened that I think purple kind of carves at them the rest of the game, if purple's any good. And they might trust purple because purple's been a pretty damn good ally to them. Like, purple's been avoiding getting cards. Like, purple actually might kind of up their game and win this game pretty soon. So pink has their territory. They also have reason to hate white. So now when they start messing with somebody, I think they start messing with white more. And I think white wants pink out of the game. And I have a good card turn in. We're not there yet, guys, but I need to be at like a substantial amount more of troops before I kind of take a move. And I keep waiting for purple to break me, but I don't know why they don't break pink. Because you break me, you've got 119 troops ready to like slam into your ass. You break purple, what are they going to do? I mean, pink. Like, you're literally at the perfect spot. Yeah, this is where you get aggressive, purple. You have to. You maintain good relations with Africa. If you're South America, it's a good play, right? Because now we can win together. Like, I am not going to get into your territory. You don't get into mine. And we're all good. And I'm literally just going to take one troop. Like, I don't even want England at this point. I just want to keep building my fat stack here. And I want white being pretty strong. So I'm going to let white hold a lot of Asia. They're going to get a big card bonus. I think they're getting a substantial card bonus. Pink's, again, like super aggression player, but I also want to leave pink open. Oh, I love it. See, pink trusts me so much. Because I've been not hostile, right? So now pink is at war with white. And pink has no hope in hell of like regaining their territory. The best they can do is like maybe go through me into purple, which I'm leaving that option open for them. I'm not protecting purple, but I'm allying with purple. White is really mad at their 53 up there again, but I think they fortify back to Australia. We're pretty close, guys. I think we wait a few turns. I want to see what pink does. This could be a disaster. Purple's starting to feel cocky, so purple might break me. They don't win in this game if they do, though. Pink accepted my request. We're allies. So I feel like that's permission to take England. But I also feel like maybe that 69 moves up and around and like kind of hits me because they have incentive to see pink and white go at it. But I feel like purple, buddy, you play your cards right, man. I got a 3 next to your 46, right? I'm not after you. I want us to come in second and first, you know? I think they said our alliance is over. Hold on, let me hit this. And then I'm going to go ahead and end my attack, and I'm totally accepting Pink's alliance. Dude, I want an alliance, man. Come on, why did you end it? Did you quit? I accept it. We're buddies. Yeah, don't worry. So that 79 is going to be a game chooser, and I think that Pink is more mad at White than me. White's going to break me to try to show Pink, like, hey, look, your threat is over there. He's the board leader. But also, like, White kind of mowed through their territory, so, like, and kind of put them in the position they're in. So I kind of hope they opt when they inevitably do suicide, because Pink is definitely suiciding, and they have a card cash in. The question is, do I wait? Because I'm in pretty good position here. If I eat Pink, I can do that without breaking. I don't think I can eat Pink. That might be a good play, though, because Pink is a little unhinged. But that makes me food. Is anybody in a position where they could eat that food? 138, 714. Yeah, I can't eat. I want to eat Pink, but I can't. I could and come in like maybe third. But I think if I want to win this game, I have to just kind of trust that Pink is not going to suicide me. And if they do, it's kind of out of my control. I haven't really messed with Pink very much. They just ended our alliance? Why would you end our alliance? Do I eat Pink? Said to attack purple. I think I need to eat Pink. And then I need to hit purple. Because Pink doing the alliance and the non-alliance thing tells me that Pink is going to suicide me. And they have 4 cards, so I can at least reclaim a little bit of that. And they bought it out of the game, which was dangerous. I had to eat Pink. Only 6 cards. I think I lose this game. Do I lose this game? I don't know if purple can win. I'm at 80. Purple's at 112. Purple's got the numbers. They have white kind of on the ropes. At this point, white is definitely breaking my territory because I'm of no advantage to white. Yeah, our alliance is definitely off. The question is, yeah, so now white starts making the kill game. What does purple do about that? Purple's in a very dangerous position. So am I. This is the end game, you guys. I probably lost the game by eating Pink, but I feel like Pink was going to suicide. And the fact that they broke our alliance, I should have known they were botting out, though, so that was a misread on my part. So that move might cost me the game. I think that move was a little too soon, and I probably should have let Pink kind of play it out. But the game's moving. That's good. I think purple has no idea what the hell to do. Because they've been like turtle strategizing the whole game. I think now their thought is like, well, I have to let... Yeah, so like, white's like, why, dude? Play. I think purple's in this weird position where they're like, well, if I attack black, I'm dead. If I attack white, I can't take him out. So what do you do? You know, I think purple has to start. I mean, they're moving so slow, they're not going to move there. I hope they don't hit my stack because they're taking so long. I think they just hit one and just wait. They want white and me to kill each other. That's a good move. Purple is not a bad player, actually. Purple's like, look, white. I love that move, and that keeps me in the game. So I think what I do is I'm going to eat everything of white. White is inevitably going to kill me, or they're going to go for purple. So I'm going to just go ahead and eat all of your cards. I think I'll go ahead and move my 3 into you. And this, let's see. Let's go ahead and break your territory. Your beloved Australia, your Australia strategy, right? And then I think I move myself up where it's like not super close to Australia. Like maybe I'm like right here. I may not survive this though, because I'm at 100 troops, right? So here's what white has to figure out. Like, do I expend? Do I hit purple? You kind of have to break purple. Did I just take all his ones and then hit his 53? Yeah, he's definitely coming for my stack, but you don't get your territory back. Your beloved Australia. Okay. He's going to clear my stack, but I only have 1 card, so you just lost the game, dude. Yeah, white just lost the game, but that's okay. And actually, it's funny, white lost the game so hard that they just gave the 1 card they would have gained to purple. Well played, purple. So the pacifist strategy totally worked. All purple has to do to win this game is eat all my cards. Like, send your 46 around. Eat all the blacks. Up into the line that takes you to that 40. Bring that 66 around, hit that 40, and just eat everything. We'll see how good they are. Maybe they want to hit that 40 first. I think they should clear out my cards. I only have 1 card, though, so it's barely worth it. It's almost like leave me and just hit them. Yes, purple is not a bad player. If they hit that 40, it's like dunzo for white. I don't know why white's saying good game. You played it really badly toward the end game. If white wanted to win this game, actually, they should have hit. And white has 4 cards. Oh, they're just going to fortify and let us fight it out. I kind of really like purple. White has 4 cards, though. So white, man, it's interesting. They're saying to attack purple after they just hit my stack. Fuck you. They're like, attack purple. I know what you're going to do next turn, dude. I want to make it nice and smooth for that inevitable death, and I want to break your Australia. And I want to kind of I want to get some juicy cards because I'm not as tasty as you right now. Why didn't they eat white, though, and have 4 cards? I guess they just know the game's over, so they're like, let them kill each other. But I mean, that was a kind of dumb play to even let them survive to that point. So white is definitely going to win by beating me. If they focus on me, though, they're crazy. At this point in the game, you need to, like, eat every territory you can. Like, that wasn't a bad play. And, like, it's funny because it's like purple's ego is making their win a little less solid, but purple still is going to win this game. There's no way purple doesn't win this game. However, purple just cost himself that beautiful 4 bonus that they would have gotten by clearing out white. And now they're like, if they eat both of us, they get 4 cards, which isn't quite worth the return. Purple's interesting, though. They are very patient. I'll give them credit for that. I'm definitely not winning this game, you guys. Like, at what point does purple... I think purple wants me to accrue more cards before they eat me. And I think they want to see me break Australia. That's my guess. I can't really make a lot of sense of their play other than that. Like what is purple doing? I think they're having fun at this point, but be careful at the end strategy game, man. You have too much fun and like you're kind of done. So I can't really cost purple much of anything. I will say, out of respect to white, they did go at purple and me. So I think I need to make some cards and maybe give white a chance in hell of like coming back against purple, who's been doing this kind of weird slow play. So we'll go ahead and do that. So there you go. You got a nice card set you can get. White will have a difficult time getting that card set. I don't know if they can. I don't know if they're good enough player. Yeah, they're not. So they're just going to hit my 4 stack and hand those cards over to purple. Interesting. So purple's going to eat me at this point if they're any good. I don't know why they wouldn't eat me. It's really interesting. They should just clear out black. Like, take those cards. I have 3 cards purple. You want those 3 cards in the end game. You've just allowed white. Maybe they break white's territory. Maybe they're enjoying this little standoff. Okay, that's smart. Break their 10. This is really weird. Purple's interesting. I like purple. They're doing a very lazy end game, though. Like, at this point, the game could be over, so maybe they're just playing. But again, during the end game, White's so annoyed too. White is like, dude, just kill us. So purple didn't want my cards. That's interesting. I kind of like purple. They're a little conniving. So do I continue to eat at purple? I kind of have to ally with white, but white did come at me. I don't know. I just cashed in my cards, man. So I think I want to, I mean, I have no chance of stopping purple now. So I'm just going to go ahead and eat your territory, white, because it's fun. They said our alliance is over. Yeah, our alliance was over when you made the dumbass decision to hit my stack, man. I don't even care about Australia. They just rage quit the game. They just surrendered. No surrender, white. Why would you surrender? Weak people surrender. White. What are you doing? So white surrendered, so that's good. That puts me in 2nd place, I believe, which I'm kind of happy about. Why would you surrender, though? You still had a chance. It's like a small chance in hell, but you still had a chance. Purple's being so cocky about their win, like they actually might have lost. Because they're taking their time. They're vulnerable. I don't think they do, because the math is almost close to impossible, but sometimes impossible odds can be good. What should I do with white? Do I clear them, or do I just kind of... I think what I do here is I hit purple. Purple's going to clear white in the next turn if they're not crazy. So I think I need to accrue as much little territory as I can. I'm going to go ahead and move this up. It's okay, Purple. You can eat me. Purple's definitely like a very slow, methodical player, but I gotta admire it. So to me, white, like I understand they were angered at me. Their move, if they had wanted to win this game, was very different than the move they took. Like they rage hit me, basically nullifying their stack. And at that point in the game, their best method actually would have been to break purple and then rage hit me and break my stack. But when you have purple who's got like 100 and something troops, you have 100 and something troops. I have like 50 something troops. You hit me and you've basically reduced you like the second they hit me, purple could have hit me and won the game. But the second white hit me, they were kind of assuring their own destruction. And what does purple do here? Do they kind of leave white just to kind of toy with me? It's an interesting question. They're really slow, too. So I don't think purple's a seasoned player. I think I lose a lot of points for losing this game. Again, I should have been slower and probably not eaten that guy when I did. I'm learning lessons, though. I feel like the last few games, I've lost my patience a little bit and eaten people a little too soon. Can I eat this guy? I mean, I like the idea of eating white, so I'm going to go for it because I have no chance of stopping purple. I don't think I get white's cards, though, because I think I get to 2, and then I get to 1, and I've just basically aligned their win. Now, if they're a jerk, what they'll do is eat me and then eat white. But I hope they take out white because white flagged. Come on. Maybe they let me take out white. That would be really friendly of them. And they do seem friendly, but I don't know. I think they want white's cards. Yeah. Why would they give white's card? Yeah, Frederick Deadeye. That act of revenge brought you 3rd place. And now I'm in 2nd, which is cool. I'm comfortable with that. However, this end game is going to take hideously long. Like I can tell this is a player who's going to do 1 at a time eats. They're going to eat 1 territory at a time. Every time they advance a territory, they'll like split their defense when they could end the game right now. I think they're enjoying this slow death. I've done this too. I think especially when I was newer, I would kind of take my sweet time at this point because this is like doomed territory. Like, what am I going to do? I think I have a cash in. I'm going to put my 8 troops against their 51. That's not going to work. But I think they're just kind of enjoying it. It's taking a long time to get here. So they're like, I will take my sweet time. I also think they have animations on. So I think I might be losing to a novice. Still a fun game, though. I really enjoyed this one. I got to say, I am learning that when I see the opportunity to clear somebody completely out who's been a pain in the ass, I need to kind of hold my horses and wait a little bit longer. If I waited 2 turns, I could have had this game. Yep, they are the person who's going to slowly advance, fortify, slowly advance, fortify. Well, I'm not a person to wave the white flag, so I'm going to hit their 48, and they will move forward 1, or they'll just sit there dead and fortify, and we'll just do this for an hour. They might not be happy about that little hit, even though they get like 27 troops per turn. Who am I playing here? It's definitely somebody who's got a little bit of that like torture the cat mentality. I've done this move before to people. I can't help it. It is fun sometimes when you played a long game and you're kind of frustrated. So now they move their 87. I think they go 1. I don't even think they clear Australia. That's funny. And then they're going to move their 34 onto their 85. I've done this move. It's a newer move. I think when you've played this long enough. Oh, they didn't move. Well, dude, again, I don't surrender, so I'm hitting my 6 at your 85. And I'm just going to make you wait a little bit because you're doing this kind of boring ending. I'm just going to do this so that hopefully they just kind of clear it out so we can end this game. Good game. Good game, Purple. I bet you Purple either stays there or they move 1 forward because, again, they want to enjoy and embrace their victory, and they want to see their stack just get huge. I can tell. They might even screenshot it, you know. Again, I've been there. When I was a newer player, I used to do this. It's not nice, though. But at the same time, you know, we're at war. If you're going to do it proper, though, move your 34 stack onto your 117. You're not even enjoying the size of your army. All right, guys, let's end this game, though. I misplayed by kind of making the attack a little too soon. I think I misread Pink. I think I should have waited. If Pink suicided White at that point, the game actually would have been mine. So my problem was I actually misread it when Pink bought it out. I thought they were literally breaking our alliance. And it was like their turn next. And I stupidly, I'm just making this take a long time because they're making it take a long time. So it's like tit for tat. But I stupidly, hopefully they're bored and they kind of eat the territory. But I think there's still a like one at a time, enjoy my victory, which again, can't blame them. I stupidly forgot about the botting out thing, which is like a very newbie move. Again, I think they're just going to do 1 at a time. It's so boring. If you're going to do it proper, you split yourself into 2 at this point. Come on, 148. Or you leave that 1 so I can hit it, and then we can just keep going for hours and hours. Come on. I do not surrender, though. So I'm just going to hit your weakest. Look at that. I had a really good roll. That was cool. Okay. So anyhow, that's where I erred in this game. Was I should remember that like that little red dot isn't just when somebody ends an alliance. It's also when people bot. And so that was my misread. I was like, well, if they're going to hit me, I got to hit them. And honestly, if it was the bot, it probably would have spread out and it might have broken my territory, but it's not going to hit my giant stack. So that was a misread on my part, but it was still fun. It was a fun game. And again, I'm still kind of learning. And again, what is Purple's objective here? I think Purple wants me to surrender, or they just like really enjoy. They said good luck. And I'm like, I'm so bored. Like, I'm very much bored. I'll just keep hitting you, dude. You can end this game, please. I think they might be a player who's not even playing this to win or something. Maybe they're like sadistic. I did the crying troop. I'm going to just make all the memes. Let's just keep making memes. Let's do the, I'm going to raise the gun. I'm going to go ahead and do this guy. I'm going to go ahead and do this thing. And I think they're just going to go turns without attacking me. I don't understand this. Oh my gosh. Thank you. And I'll say good game. Good. Okay, that game ended. I lost some massive points on that. Don't think a lot of these were seasoned players. I only got 20 points for coming in second. That's a bad sign. These were newer players. Red was a master. How? Okay, this wasn't a bad crew. Red was a master. Let that sink in, guys. I've had bad games too, though. All right. Well, my FFA ranking will probably still be master in the morning. We'll see. That wasn't the best game. That wasn't the worst game. And this stream has gone on very long. So I'm going to go to bed and then wake up in the morning and work on comics. I hope I see you guys on my channel there. If you've been watching, I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the chats. Gaz was on earlier, and we kind of had a conversation about Risk streams versus art streams. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on it. Do you like them? Do you hate them? Regardless, I'm probably still going to do them, but I'm curious what you think. All right, have a good night, and I'll see you in the morning on the next stream.